Good morning. A very good morning to one and all. Is it audible?
Yes, ma'am. Audible.
Good morning. Thank you. Yesterday we have discussed about the things what a patient-based record and then EHR. Today I want to add some more points in case of EHR, and later that we'll be discussing the advantages and disadvantages of the both. So let me explain you the first. See, in case of the EHR, this is the government official website. It's like health.it.government. It's a playbook given, IT playbook given by the health.it.government. You can, I'll give this link even in the text. You can go refer this one also. So in this, we can see the main phases. Why we have to means how we can what we have to understand about the EHR contracts and products, and what which type of an EHR that has to be used for our best practice, and plan for adoption and implementation of your EHR and apply lessons learned so you can optimize the workflow and migrate your data. So these, in this, the main criteria, we want to understand the EHR contracts and products. In this, we can see the journey. In this EHR journey, first of all, we should know what is EHR adaptation and then implementation and improvement. These include planning, selecting a vendor, means from which company or the provider, service provider we are going to select, and then contacting with that vendor and implementing and adapting an EHR, using that EHR and optimizing forever or replacing our existing EHR. And after spending the time using and getting familiar with EHR, and it's time to think about how we can use the workflows to improve and optimize the ways used for EHR. This consists of like adding a patient portal, connecting to a health information exchange, and participating in value-based care or new payment models. In the year, we have to understand what are the main key parts of this EHR contracts. First of all, we should know how we are going to contracting EHR contracts entangled. Selecting wisely or negotiating terms and understanding the fine prints. So here the EHR contract guide will be in two parts. That in that out of the two parts, part A, when we are making a contract of that part with a particular vendor, the guidelines that will be divided into two parts. First one, part A highlights the critical planning steps to help in understanding the EHR acquisition process, and a thorough understanding will help us communicating the specific requirements to potential vendors. Then only, so means for example, when you are purchasing a mobile phone, you should know what is the what you are looking for. If you want to use for only talking, then we can go for a number lock pad. If you want to use for a mobile with a camera and then internet facility, then we have to go for either 3G, 4G, 5G. That we will be for internet connectivity. If you are going for selecting a mobile, means for taking photographs, then we have to check for the then we have to check more versions of the VJ camera, or else we can go for the basic. If we want to go take nice pictures, then we have to look about the pixels of the hence similarly in this also we have to decide. That means this part A highlights the critical planning steps to help the management to understand the EHR acquisition process, and a thorough understanding will help us to communicate our specific requirements to the potential vendors. Then when we are giving our potential requirements, that they will be providing the expected service. And the topics include types of EHR products and service models, and then researching and comparing EHR products and vendors, and identifying and prioritizing EHR's technical and then operational requirements, and due diligence and finding the best EHR for our needs, and understanding certification and regulatory requirements. And this procurement strategy, planning and resourcing. So this is included in the part A. And in case of part B, when we are making the contract, the contract guide is into two parts. Part A concludes all these factors, and in case of part B, it focuses on negotiating and contracting, and it contains strategies and recommendations to negotiate best practice EHR contract terms. So we'll be writing all the contract terms here, and the guide also provides example language to illustrate and how might address the legal issues in a contract. The topics include like EHR. Here are the legal terms like EHR safety and security, and how to ensure system performance meets expectations, and how to manage and protect EHR data, and interoperability and integration, how to manage risk and liability, and vendor dispute resolution. If any dispute with the vendor, how we have to going to resolve? He cannot suddenly stop his service. So how we are going to resolve that dispute with the vendor? And these and all we have to write in the contract terms agreement before the policy or the contract signatures. Both the vendor and the consumer has to sign on the agreement, and then how to manage EHR transition issues. So these are all the terms and conditions we have to concentrate or focus upon during the contract signature with a vendor, service provider for this EHR. And and it also we can use which type of EHR we want to take. And as we discussed yesterday, whether we have to use like IT based or cloud based, this also we can select. And the cloud based includes some common benefits, like it reduces upfront hardware and software costs, and reduces ongoing maintenance costs, and it lets you start small and increase IT allocations as needed, and provides higher levels of IT service availability than in house IT services, and reduces runtime failures. It reduces risk of runtime failures. And the common challenge we face is data security, and we have a lower level of data access and control compared to a on-site EHR system. Even this, everything will have, as everything has pros and cons, it has more benefits than the challenges. So this is more preferable. The cloud-based EHRs are more preferable, and these are about the local hosted non-cloud systems. Like with locally hosted EHS, we can get this common benefits, like practice does not already have reliable or high-speed internet access. A locally hosted, if we are using cloud technology, we should need high-speed internet. There, but here there is no need. We have high-speed internet access, and a locally hosted option will require less investment in internet connection upgrade, and you won't have to trust an outside organization with the security of your your own patient's data. When you are using cloud technology, you have to you have to appoint some hackers hunter team. I'll discuss those things also, in disadvantages. What are the complications you are using in EHR, and these are the challenges. Um, for this locally hosted EHRs are like making sure the servers are physically secure is our responsibility. It means whether if any disaster happens, it should not go ruined, or it should not get down, and we will be in charge of performing a regular data backups. We have to take backups, manual backups, and then we have to just store all these disks and floppies and all those things in a safer zone. So choosing an EHR system takes and a systematic decision making approach. Here we have to understand based upon our practices, needs, and capabilities of the various EHR system on the market. So which we have to choose, and we should also choose some best vendor. And regarding the we have discussed till now, we have discussed all the advantages and the plus points of the electronic health records. Even that, as I discussed, everything has its own pros and cons, challenges. In case of this electronic health records, it also contains some disadvantages. Thereby,
Ma'am,
hello.
Yeah, sorry to
Hello?
interrupt. Your
Yes?
presentation is not visible.
Is it not visible?
No, no, no.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Is it now? Just please check. Is it visible, my
No,
screen?
no.
See, is it visible
Yeah,
now?
yeah, it's visible now. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. I'll just show you the website. What I have shown. Again, I'll show. Wait for a minute, please. Is it visible now? This
Yes,
ONC Health
yes,
IT
yes.
play. The
Yes,
link I
yes.
will be posting in the text. I'll share in the text. You can see
Yeah.
this one. This is an official site, healthit.government. Here I have discussed till now from starting from the EHR contract guidelines. It contains two parts. Part A, which highlights the critical planning steps. These are all the steps I have discussed already. And then part B, you can go through this. Sorry for not, we might have informed me earlier. Thank you at least now. And part B, it focuses on negotiating and contracting. This here, contracting here, we'll be more discussing about the security. And as I discussed, everything will have plus and minus, uh, positives and negatives. Even this EHR has some disadvantages, that too, especially upon safety of the data. So based upon this, the US government, see, I want to discuss with this PPT. Is it visible, the PPT now?
Yes, yes, it's visible.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. And there's, say here, when we are using this online technology or nothing but this, if we are using the local bits, that is okay. When we are using cloud, as it is cheaper or best, it has some more benefits. If we are using cloud, then we have to go for, as I discussed, we have to include some the hackers team hunters, and those who are hacking, we have to hunt them even, and we have to identify the threats who are taking out this. Here we are going to discuss more about the benefits and risks of using an EMR and EHR, and the valuable and cyber attackers, they will be doing, and how we have to overcome those things, and what is data breach. A data breach is nothing but the term here. The person who is not authorized to access the data, if someone without any author, who is not given access, if he is in and he is entering and he is accessing all the data, means that is called as data breach. Even that is an offense. So here, just I'll come in a flow. In this, when we are comparing this EMR and EHI, electronic medical record, and electronic health records, this or also if these are also often used in interchangeably manner. And here, this one, the EHR contains the patient records from doctors and includes demographics, test results, medical history, history of patient illness. And EMRs are part of EHRs. The electronic health record is, there won't be only the patient history and all these things. It also includes uh, all the personal data and all. So here the page in and the EMR can be a part of EHR. So the EHR is a bigger one, and then in that the part sub part will be the medical reports. And here it includes the EHRs and the total it contains patient registration, billing, preventive screenings or checkups, whatever he is undergoing, and patient appointment and scheduling, tracking patient data over time, monitoring, improving overall quality of care. So here, this is the electronic, and this is the flow of medical records. We can see who else can access this one. See, the physicians or clinicals who are going to feed the data, and then the hospitals who are having all the data and hosting the data on their servers or cloud technology using anything, and then radiology reports like any scans, CT scans and or MRI scans or any abdominal ultrasound scans, etc., etc. And some any important vital signs of the patient health record, means if is he having any alerts, is based upon the all the blood report and all the reports, is any importance have to be given, that has to be maintained in the personal health record. And the insurance, if the patient is having some insurance plans and the insurance providers, those details and all will be here. and the laboratory data. What else are the lab data? The diagnostic laboratory data will be maintained in this. So these are all the areas, six areas which we will be accessing this EMR and EHR. But other than this, if any, these are the software or vendors, most of the vendors which are providing the healthcare technology. So Epic, Cerner, and then Meditech, Evident, and CPSA company, also it's MadHost, and NetSmart Technologies, Athen Health, and then Harris Healthcare, Indian Health Services. Along with this, we, even IBM is also there. These are the some of the companies which are giving the healthcare, which are hosting or providing acting as a vendors for healthcare technology. And these are the top 10. And in case of benefits using electronic medical records and electronic health, we already discussed, but still three comprehensive. It will be having a comprehensive patient history records, makes patient data shareable to anywhere or within the hospital or to the other agencies like insurers and all, etc. And improved quality of care, convenience, and efficiency. So these are the benefits of using all this. And then coming to the risk. So today, as I told, including the benefits. Apart from this, we have lot of advantages. But being an advantageous when compared to the personal paper-based medical records, even though this EHR contains some risks or threats or nothing but any challenges. These are nothing but like security or privacy issues and potentially vulnerable to hacking, and data can be lost or destroyed, and inaccurate paper to computer transmission, cause or treatment error. Here is nothing but we, as it is when we are using the local IT or local IT this or cloud technology, we there's a chance of getting security issues. Anyone can take the data and then they can use in there some any XYZ utilizations, and the hackers will be using all the data in other, because even the health records, and it also contains the personal mobile numbers, and then the account numbers and all those things. So whenever they are using stealing the data, they can use for anything else, some wrong purpose, wrong intentions also. So there will be facing a main challenge in case of security or privacy issues. And then, and the second one, potentially vulnerable to hacking. It is very more potentially vulnerable. If it is paper based, it is the consumer or the patient own risk. He can be taking his care of all the belongings, but we here everyone, the system has to take care. So there is more potentially vulnerable. Even the employees of that organization. I'll discuss the same for next in the next. And the data can be lost or destroyed because of some software issues and malware issues, or because of the viral attacks, or sometimes due to the hackers, the data can be lost or even destroyed. In order, so these are the more probable challenges what we are going to see. And also it is inaccurate when if the transmission from paper to computer is not done properly, chances are there. And then cause of treatment error, then we are not entering or transmitting the communication from paper to computer, then definitely it will cause the error in the treatment. Ultimately it affects the patient care. So these are the risk factors or the disadvantages or challenges what we are seeing in electronic healthcare records. So when we discuss the EMRs and EHRs are valuable to cyber attackers because of the protected health information page it contains, and the profit they can make on the dark web or black market. These 18 identifiers provide criminals with more information than any other breach record. There's extortion, fraud, identity theft, stalking, activist, and promote as a sabotage of cyber attacks which are who will be using the more fraud. And HIPAA is nothing but held into enforceability and accountability. This, uh, shows that protected health identifiers should will maintain the details about the names and dates, except year, and then phone numbers, geographic data, fax numbers, social security numbers, account numbers, medical record numbers, email addresses, health plan beneficiary numbers, means insurance policy numbers, and then certificate license numbers, identifiers and serial numbers, including license protocol, identifiers and serial numbers, and some wearables, identifiers like retinal scan or fingerprints, any unique identifying number or code. So these are all these data will be maintained in this protected health identifiers. So when it is not maintained, when we are not storing data properly. If any attack happens, we can lose all this data, which is very private. It should be maintained under privacy. If it is lost, we'll be getting some loss to that consumer. So the vendor has to take care about all these things. So this is the main disadvantage. And as per the data or the statistics, these EMRs and EHRs are valuable to cyber attackers because this is the total cost of a data breach by industry in case of billions. These things you can see in millions. See, in case of healthcare, the attackers have breached uh, um, about in the year of 2021 in purple color and blue in 2020. See, in case of 2020, year by year, the attackers are more increasing. The breaches, the data breaches increases. In the year of 2020, it is about $7.13 million, and whereas in case of 2021, there is a breach of about 9.23 million US dollars. So this is about the statistics when we compare even with the other technological IT fields like financial, pharmaceuticals, technology, energy, services, industrial, and then global average, entertainment, education, all these things. The more cyber crimes, nothing but the data breaches will be seen in case of healthcare only. See this one, there is a breach. The breach is very huge. So the average total cost is more when we compare that, and this the data can be stolen, and this will be used in any other else because in case of healthcare records, all the biometrics, everything, the data will be there in that EHR. So if he is attacking and then getting the grabbing all the data, he can use for the other things. So and this. How we have to handle those EMRs, and so this is the disadvantages. This is a disadvantage, and how we have to minimize this disadvantage. How to overcome these disadvantages is we have to store this and handle this EHRs properly. So the EMR EHR data should be stored and dedicated servers in specific known and known physical locations. Means the location where the servers are lodged, there should be a restricted entry and with a high security. And then again, in the servers, we should not use these servers for any other purposes. We have to use these servers for the only healthcare purpose only. So we can call these as dedicated healthcare servers, healthcare technology servers. So the types of EMR can do the physician hosted systems or remotely hosted systems. These are the two types. And this in case of remotely hosted systems, we can subsidize or dedicated or cloud. We can use anything. When it is a physician hosted system, it is a computer, personal computer that is hosted by the physician, and that is his own risk. But whereas it is remotely hosted system, it is used either dedicated or cloud or subsidized. In this, again, the problems will be more. So in 2020, at least 2,354 US government healthcare facilities and schools were impacted by significant increase in ransomware. The cyber attacks caused significant disruption across the healthcare industry. Organizations impacted by these attacks are as follows. See, in case of 113 federal, the state and municipal government and agencies, and in case of 1,681 schools, colleges, and universities, and 560 healthcare facilities. The number will be small here, and the healthcare facilities it is only 560. But when we see the dollar, means economically, it is showing the highest value. It is about 9.3 billion million. And in case of Pennsylvania Health Services Company, it operates about 400 hospitals and healthcare facilities. And this is the statistics that records and the year according to the Act, journals of 2000 largest number of data breaches. And these are the statistics in data breach statistics. And if you see this one, if it is blue is the healthcare provider. In that, the health plans insurance will be of about 70, and if it is 497, this is the 70 number where the health plans have been breached, and 73 are the business associates, means which are associated with the healthcare technology. So there will be these are the this is the statistics with a this one pie chart. And this in case of top data breaches of 2021. See, this is in 2021, HHS received. HHS is nothing but this IBRI is this one, this hospital health security systems received the reports of data breaches from 578 healthcare organizations impacting more than 41.45 million individuals. Then the following list is organizations with the most individuals affected in 2020. These are the data. You can see comparatively 2.41 million. So there will be a huge chance, huge cyber attacks. And in case of in January, 2 million individuals were impacted by data breaches. So after the entry of this HHS, the attacks, encryption blind spots, and cloud threats, employees. These are the types of attacks. See, we are when you are using in the chain of providers, healthcare providers like hospitals, physicians, clinicians, and vital signs where we have to give signature, authorized signatures from, and then some investigation reports, diagnosis and then treatment and inside the hospital or wards and prescription, pharmacy billings and then laboratory data, radiology insurance. If we are, this is a circle, we can even expect during the cycle or during the access, even the employees of this particular things because it is not a personalized physician system. It is a centrally or remotely accessible system. So even the employees who are working in these areas, they can also act as the culprit, and then even they can stole the data and then they give to somewhere else for the wrong intentional purposes. And in case of phishing attacks, we'll see the details about phishing. A phishing attack is a type of social engineering attack where the threat actor pretends to be a trusted source and tricks their target into opening an email or clicking a link, revealing their login credentials and depositing malware. So we know that we'll be getting some mails, wrong mails, and when we click that mail, what happens with the malware with which they are sending, that will be getting and sitting in our system, and our total system will be getting hacked. That's it, simply. So we can minimize these attacks by doing the following: educate the healthcare professionals. Even though the healthcare professionals are who are accessing here, the service providers, even though they are not intentionally doing wrong, sometimes because of this type of phishing attacks, they may get some attacks, cyber stealing. The EHR data will be breached because of this phishing attack. So to minimize this, we can educate the healthcare professionals, like not to click any links within an email that do not match. If it is not related, we should never click the link. Or we has to or has a TLD associated with suspicious. If any TLD associated suspicious sites are sent in a mail, we should not click that. and physicians should verify all EHR file share requests before sending any data. Sometimes there will be phishing. The phishing attack may be also done like they will be asking for a data, or they are asking to share a file as they are also a part of these services. So the physician or some other laboratory or some other, they will be sending the data. They will be sharing the file which contains all the data again. So here, the attacker, what he does, he mails to the victim, and he when he clicks on the email, it goes to the phishing website, and he can access the data, and the attacker collects all the victim's credentials, and then he will be uses for other. The attacker uses the victim's credentials to access a website and legitimate, and he will be doing all the unnecessary and culpable things. So to avoid this, once we have to educate all the users or utilizers or accessors who are you accessing all these EHRs and healthcare technology systems, should not open any mail or should not click any unsuspected suspicious links, etc. And second one, malware. This is phishing attack, and then second one is malware and ransom attacks. And the malware enters it is nothing but like this enters the healthcare system's computer network through software vulnerabilities, and encrypted trophy upload attacks. And the type of malware attack ranges from data theft to host and networks. Whereas ransomware is a type of malware that locks users out of their network, system, or computer until the threat actor or hacker who launched the attack is paid for regained access to data, information, files. This is like but when we are receiving a call, they'll be sending us and they'll be asking to click one number. Nowadays in the Google, even Google Pay advertisement, they are telling. So if you are calling, then we won't ask any OTPs and all. What they will say, don't give any tell us OTP. Then if you are putting that OTP, definitely he'll be hacking all the system, and he'll be of the mobile phone, and he will be hacking all our accounts, and he will be emptying our bank accounts. Similarly, if he is any doing sending the ransomware, if any mail has been clicked, what happens? This data will be stolen. This is also a data breach. And encryption blind spots. This here data encryption is nothing but encryption is a word like it protects protection. So this data encryption protects and secures EMR EHR data while it is being transferred between on-site users and external cloud applications. Between encrypted traffic pose a threat to IT healthcare because the threat actors or hackers are able to use encrypted blind spots to avoid detection, hide, and execute their targeted attack. So here they will be getting hided themselves, and then they will be using all the system software, and then they want to do whatever things they want to do with the data. And also helps this encryption blind spots nothing but it is not visible to the encryption, and this encryption blind spots is a technology of hackers where they also helps with HIPAA and FISMA and Saban's Oxley Act of 2002 authority provisions governing the security systems of healthcare technology. HIPAA is nothing but Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, and this is one more FISMA. Um, you can see encryption zone, and the system which is not at all included and is out of the boundary zone. Some untrusted computer, it goes and accesses all the things but without being identified by the encrypted system. It is not detected by this encrypted zone, but it gets acting this thing. And then in case of clouds, as we discussed, than the local based computerized system, cloud has more threats because it is remotely accessed. More health services use cloud to in case there is an increasing need need to keep private data secure, and while complying with these are the off-premises and on-premises of corporate office and mobile regional offices in case of home offices. They will be using like software as a service, cloud services, SaaS, and IaaS, infrastructure as a service, and PaaS, platform as a service. These are all the services provided by technology, and cloud access security broker, and these are all the things where we can get. These are the sources, and these are the probable cloud threats. And even sometimes, as I discussed, some employees of that particular organization may also act as the uh, big threats, insider threats. Is insider threats. These insider threats apply across industries, including the health sector. It is recommended that your healthcare organization has a cybersecurity strategy and policy that an effective strategy for protecting and staff, enhancing administrative controls, monitoring physical and system access, and creating workstation usage policies, auditing and monitoring system users, employing device and media controls, applying data encryption. So these are the controlling agencies. And cost of data breach, we can see the first types here. This is about the statistics again. Um, when protecting the EMR and how we can protect. Here are few strategies that healthcare leaders should consider to strengthen their organization's cyber security or cyber posture. It is like evaluate risk before an attack. We have to evaluate the risk before an attack and then use VPN with multi-factor authentication (MFA) and develop an endpoint hardening strategy and endpoint detection and response and protect emails and patient health records, engage cyber threat hunters. This is what I was telling about, and conduct red team, blue team exercises. I'll show that red team in the next slide. And moving beyond the prevention. And these are the most common causes of 2021 healthcare data breaches. See, this one due to compromised credentials. Sometimes when we are compromising with the credentials, definitely the breach is involved. And then phishing attacks. Because of the phishing, we are getting 70%. And then due to the compromised credentials, means the credentials, in sharing the credentials, we are compromising. That means that causes the data breach. And in case of phishing attacks, 70%, and involved configuration, cloud using cloud uh, where we are using access systems, and 44% of breaches involve business email compromise. Through email, any malwares and ransomwares they will be attacking, and then or sometimes encrypted blind spots also can be done by means of this. This comes under 4%. And protecting this EMR and health, evaluate risk uh, includes this topic. First, we have to identify this by leaders as where operational vulnerabilities in the organization from all the way down to technical health costs and management and other healthcare leaders can create a preparedness plan to address any weakness in digital systems. Here, the first point is like identify. We have to identify and control who has the access to our business information and conduct background checks. We have to do the background checks and require individual user accounts for each employee. And that is not, we should never compromise with the credentials. So we have to provide or require individual user accounts for the each employee. And so we can identify which through which employee code the thing has been stolen, where the data breach happened. And this is also one check and one point of check. Create policies and procedures for cyber security. So this comes under identify. And next comes about protecting. After identifying, protecting, limit employee. After doing all these things, we can identify. So then we can limit the employee access to data and information, and install surge protectors and uninterruptible power supplies, and patch your operating systems and applications routinely, and install and actively activate software or hardware firewalls on your all business networks, and secure your wireless access point and networks. Set up web and email filters. Use encryption for sensitive business information. Even using also, we cannot stop this encrypt blind spots, and dispose of old computers and media safely. That we have to dispose all those things after deleting all data and all those things. Then train your employees. We have to train the employees for the security. And then third one, detecting. Install all update antivirus, anti-spyware, and other anti-malware programs that should be maintained and monitor logs. And in case of respond, develop a plan for disasters and information security incidents. If any threat happen, if any malware hackers or any other, we know that someone has malware attack happened or ransom attack happened, we should already have a handy plan how to so should business consider cyber insurance technology with MFP. The leaders in the health, this we can do and other applicants that face the internet. Here, the healthcare records also should also consider adding a VPN with multi-factor authentication for vulnerabilities in VPN platform and other applications. This remote user or VPN client will be having a gateway or nothing but this VPN gateway, what we are using specifically. And this request, this NPS server, so the and continuous monitoring and assessment cycle and protect. This is a protocol, rapid remote desktop access protocol. So this is one remote desktop protocol to gain access, hide ransom attacks and malicious files attached to phishing emails to gain access health records in company systems. The email security software with URL filtering and attachment sandboxing is recommended as a mitigation strategy. So there is security the email, not all the emails should general with the company, they should give the email of the company, they should not use all the things, and incomings of emails and should be the URL. So we can stop the emails from unwanted URLs so that we can stop some data breach. And by engaging cyber threat hunters, the threat hunting excuse me. This threat hunting is a proactive practice that finds that actors or hackers who have infiltrated in network's initial endpoint security defenses. This type of human threat detection capability operates as an extension of the organization's cyber team that will track, prevent, or even stop potential cyber attacks as an organization. You can see here, these are the security analytics, the security we should get alert so that we can activate it, and then alert, they will be investigating the lead and they will be knowing the incidents, and then they will be plan and execute as they have the plan already develop the plan, they will execute the response immediately, they will respond, and then thereby they will be resolving the incidents of data breach. As we discussed, they will be by using red team and blue team. Here you can see red team and blue team. The red team is used, this uses the real world adversary tradecraft to companies the environment. Identifying an attack path that breaches the organization security defense through real world attack techniques. So this identifies, red team will identify the attack path that breaches all the organization security. And whereas the blue team leaving the IT security team responsible for maintaining the internal network against various types of threats. So this is the two teams which can be involved in the protecting team. And it is recommended that healthcare leaders shift their focus by moving beyond a prevention and creating a proactive preparedness plan. This avoids the data breaches. This helps understand vulnerabilities in the current network landscape and provides guidance needed for the framework that will be effective in identifying preventive attacks, which is key to protecting all the EMRs, ZHRs along with access to patient data. So here again, I have a little more data on this. Um, some more advantages, other advantages of EHR. So these are the how we have other advantage. I have told you it is more having more advantage other than the data breaches and cyber securities. It has more advantages. What are those advantages? Means transformed healthcare. The advantages of EHR is transformed healthcare, and the EHRs are the first step to transform the healthcare. The benefits of electronic health records include like better healthcare by improving all aspects of patient care, including safety, effectiveness, patient centeredness, and communication, education, timeliness, efficiency, and equity. So here the patient care is more uh, by properly communicating and educating education of all the healthcare system, either nursing, physician, with the current updates, the current medications, or current plans, or current guidelines by educating all the things, and then timeliness to give the current the right drug patient um, efficiently, nothing but healthcare, and they are equal equity to all the healthcare providers and the service consumers like patients. And the better health by encouraging healthier lifestyles in the entire population. So by encouraging healthier lifestyles, so we in COVID pandemic, you can see that all the mobile to personal hygienic, and then after returning home, just wash your hands with the sanitizer and all, then isolated if you are having some. So this is, we can even include educate the things in emergency situations to encourage healthier lifestyles in the entire population, including increased physical activity, nutrition, all these things. Already has used that this like even promote the healthier lifestyles and better nutrition, avoidance of behavioral risk, we should not get tense and even unwanted tense, and the risk and wider use of preventive care. Improved effective effectiveness and lower healthcare costs by promoting preventive medicine and improved coordination of healthcare services, as well as by reducing waste and redundant tests. Better clinical decision making by the integrating patient information from multiple sources. This clinical decision can be made by integrating patient information from multiple sources, from the radiology department and from we think that he has some cold and cough, then we'll be testing. If he's getting cold, COVID positive, then he's advised to go for a computerized tomography scan, CT scan. Then they'll be knowing the level of infection. Thereby, the plan, the treatment plan is planned, and then immediately the clinical decision can be taken simultaneously so that the patient gets better patient care. So these are all the advantages, and some more other advantages is providing accurate, up-to-date, and complete information about patients at the top point of care, and enabling quick access to patient records for more coordinated, efficient care, and securely sharing electronic information with patients and other clinicians, helping providers more effectively guide the patients and reduce medical errors, improving patient and communication, provide communication, as well as healthcare convenience and enabling safer, more reliable prescribing and helping promote legible, complete documentation and accuracy of streamlined coding and billing, enhancing privacy and security of patient data. Means we are increasing the privacy, using all the techniques we have we help providers improve productivity and work-life balance, and enabling providers to improve efficiency and meet their business goals, reducing costs through decreased paperwork, improved safety, reduced duplication of testing, and improved health. So these are all the advantages, other advantages, and the thing to maintain the EHC, we have to take the first step like contact your local REC to find out if you are eligible for a free or reduced price support. Your local REC, Regional Extension Center, can help you realize the benefits of electronic health records, and then these are located in every region of the country to help healthcare providers to select, implement, meaningful uses of EHRs. This is the thing how we implement the EHRs in the every hospitals. So, which not EHR only. So these are the things about the EHR and advantages and disadvantages. This finished off this topic, today's topic. Any more doubt? Any doubts? So I want to present this EHR journey. Most clinicians agree that implementing an EHR and while to adapt and implement planning, selecting a vendor, contacting with a vendor, implementing and adapting an EHR, using your EHR, optimizing or replacing your EHR. I have discussed these 6 points in the earlier steps only. And these key points, summary points of today's electronic healthcare records are central to creating health information. What electronic is information or for central, it is a central point or which where we can get all the health information of that particular patient. And organizations and a nationwide health information network, the fraud and the short coming reimbursement by the federal government, use has greatly increased adaptation in spite of the potential benefits of electronic healthcare. This, this concludes today's topic. Any doubts? Here I am sharing all this data. As yesterday I am sharing, you can utilize the same thing. Any doubts? Is there anyone? Any doubts?
Ma'am, I want to ask that this cyber threats, what
Huh?
interest does
It's
any person
it's
have in
hello,
anyone's
hello,
healthcare data?
hello, hello, hello. 1 second.
Hello?
The voice is not
Hello?
getting clear. Some more back.
One minute. Yeah,
Could you isolate yourself and talk?
yeah. Is it
I
clear
am
now?
unable to.
Is it clear
Now
now?
it is clear. Yes, yes.
I'm asking what interest does anyone have in any and others' health data? Like, what will they gain by knowing someone's health
Yeah.
details?
Very good. Though that is what I said. What the contains. What it contains? What I discussed.
Your
It
voice is
contains
breaking.
is it clear now? Yeah.
Yes, yes, no, okay.
Conditions. It also contains the policy numbers, insurance policy numbers, and also some personal details of that patient, like his identity cards, authorization, voter card, means the PAN card details, and then account numbers, mobile numbers, all these data, which is very secure, which should be maintained privacy, right? All these data is also there in his electronic health record. By taking this, he can track all the details. Got it?
Oh, like yeah, in a hospital we give Aadhaar card and PAN card. That's it. Yeah, they can track other things. Okay.
The insurance on your name, then give insurance number there, which is connected to your account number and mobile
Oh,
number, the policy. So this
yeah,
data,
insurance.
everything is
Yes.
stored. Mm.
Okay. 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 And how to get your presentation? It was very nice. Today also it was very nice.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That website.
Okay. Okay. I will send all this
I mean,
PPT website
I am
link.
I,
I'll share.
I am able to because one hospital was coming and I was just hearing these steps there. So when I'm hearing your presentation, I'm able to relate. You know that
Okay.
shifting
Thank
to
you.
HIL and all the steps involved. So when yesterday also today also, though cyber and all I have not seen yet, but
Yes.
the
Yes.
other things. And also I wanted to ask the examples of hospitals which you gave for cyber attacks. They're all foreign, like Wisconsin, Florida. Indian hospitals.
Mm.
um you some examples like
Indians, even in India, like Manipal or any other corporate hospitals which are providing TTK healthcare or some money the insurance policies, they have to maintain all the data.
uh, okay.
Hello.
I asked my husband. He said that when he was studying in Jipmer, like 3 4 years back, there was a cyber
Okay.
attack there, Jipmer Pondicherry. And then he
Okay.
said in
But
2020 when they were
I was not
conferences.
aware of all those things. As it is, see, as he worked and he's your husband, you got the information. How can we get?
Yeah,
So this is all
yeah.
the
No,
data
I'm
where
just
I searched
sharing.
in the
I'm
net.
just
No, no,
sharing.
I got it, got
Yeah,
it.
I'm just sharing.
No, that is not even get highlighted because no stringent rules. I mean, like offense penalties are not yet included in our India. If any the service vendor, if he is not providing, there in US they will be providing the penalties. That's why there are statistics. Here, no penalties and all those were not even initiated. It seems. As per my knowledge, the penalties conditions were not initiated. It might be there in the terms and conditions when we are contracting with the vendor. That is what we have desired. I have told today. So when you people went for in a hospital administration, you are there in the hospital administration. So when you are getting a business contract, some uh, so you are getting a contract. So you have to take care of all these terms. So this when that is what this is now included into this type of studies. Now it is
Uh,
uh,
Penalty to whom? I didn't understand. Penalty.
not in the security of the data. If the data breach happens, definitely the vendor has to provide, and then vendor has to pay the penalty.
Oh, because his system has been breached. It was not foolproof.
Yes,
That's why. Okay.
he has to take care whole. That is what we will be writing in the terms and conditions in the contract. But
Oh, very
uh,
right. Okay.
in the contract, THR, two parts, RTA and those things. We have discussed the first step. Do you remember? I'll share all these PPTs again. I'll
Yeah.
show you here.
The
Even I'll
only
show.
information system, the only
See here.
information
So
system
here
I
it
have heard of till now, yeah, excellency
is here.
configurant.
Here it is. The EHS in
Uh,
two parts, part A and part B.
okay.
The for me, not only for me, even any lecturer or any teacher or any other person, if he is explaining, if someone is hearing, that will be good. Actually, as it is remote, trigger us to give more. Is responding. It is like you can understand. This is very nice. Getting some
Uh,
doubts is very helpful to.
the information system which I have ever heard about is mock talk because that's what
Oh,
is used in the hospital here. I stay in a place called Mayapur. in West Bengal. It's a very
Oh,
small hospital, but like
okay.
developing slowly, slowly. So I've seen the
Yes, yes. Now in
stages
India is
from a
also it is
distance.
it okay. Okay,
I
I
can't
think
hear you.
is it now? Was it? Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I went there to the sir as
Mm.
yesterday,
Okay.
and the sir me sent.
And also your previous presentation, because I started attending from yesterday. From the previous one, I don't know how many you gave. They're
Oh,
really useful. Like I'm able to relate and understand the concept. So
okay. I'll send the data, all the things what I have handy. I'll forward to the director sir's email ID. So he'll be sharing you in
thank you so much.
the that drive, Google Drive.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Any more doubts?
Right.
Anyone?
Excuse me, ma'am. How to access that Google Drive? Any separate ID is there? But
Yes.
yesterday you said same, but I'm trying to approach it. Not
Right.
possible to get it
Even
anything.
I was able to open
I'll,
it. It goes in the Google Drive. In the Google Drive, there's an option called shared. In the
uh,
Google Drive, if you go in shared, there that comes.
okay.
Yeah, I tried that
Even I never
same, but
tried.
couldn't able to find it. No, I tried yesterday, but I couldn't find anything.
Okay.
All resource persons are
I'll ask.
telling the same that we are sharing Google Drive, but we are not getting any presentation.
I
Yeah,
sent
others I
yesterday,
don't
sir
know.
also.
Yeah,
I
what she
asked.
sent yesterday, I was only able to open.
Oh, today again I'm sending the data of today's class and then the previous one I'll be sending. So it will be better. So today in handy I have kept already in the morning itself all the things. Now I'll forward to the director sir's email ID and then you can.
Okay, thank you.
One second. Okay, thank you. Anyone?
Thank you.
Anyone? Any more doubts? Thank you. Thank you, Apurva. And anyone? Is there any more doubt? Can I end? Thank you.
Yes.
Will be continue. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, is it audible? Anyone?
Yes,
Yes,
it's
sir.
audible.
Yeah, actually, here power fluctuation problem. That is why not able to come in time. Sorry for the inconvenience. Still, we'll continue the classes, earlier classes, what we discussed. Same today, we are going to discuss about the third unit, quality tools we need to discuss now. 7 quality tools we saw already in the what are the quality tools we need to study, incorporated and all. Again, we fresh up this class. So again, we are not going to see the before the next classes. We need to understand that what are the quality tools we need to used in the quality aspects. So I already in the class I said 7 QC tools given by the Juran. So what are the 7 QC tools? Already I explained in the class itself. Again, we in depth we need to study the. So that is your third chapter. So for that we need to important point is already we discussed in the last class also. I'm not going. You can use my slides, whatever the slides I given in this. First one is Ishikawa diagram, as that is cause and effect diagram. I earlier informed that is what are the things it is our in the quality by design approach. So he given Ishikawa diagram. Ishikawa is the person given the details of uh, cause and effect. So what is the cause behind the influence in the responses? I informed that like SAR, the structural activity relationship, that is direct relationship is available when I am going to uh, uh, prepare a product, which is the key factors identification, that which is direct related to the responses I need to identify. So that that is called as a cause and effect diagram. So previous class I shown these graphs. One example also I informed in the class. If I want to so now also we will in detail we'll see that class. So if you consider that we want to purchase or manufacture a product of anything, you can customer satisfaction product name called. So I'll take the pharmaceutical product. If you think that syrup formulation you want to take, syrup, any one syrup you can take. So I'll take a parasip. I think you might understand that parasip is a syrup containing paracetamol. This is meant for pediatrics. I think you know who are the pediatrics. Less than 12 age is called as pediatrics. Further use, we are preparing parasite. In this, you think that if you have like a notebook, you would write in the thing. The aim of the work is to prepare a things. Once again, yes, so you can take a notebook and you can write that. So aim of the work is to prepare syrup work. So syrup, preparation of syrup. So what is requirement of syrup we need? So the syrup should be sweet in taster. So syrup itself 66% of sugar solution. So that is you know everyone, because the pediatrics, the bitter taste they may not accept it. It's not convenient to them. So that is why. So when we are preparing a syrup formulation, so that should be in a sweet. So automatically syrup itself says that. Sir, sir. Hello, sorry for the inconvenience. So when I am the aim I need to attain now. So what I have to do is, so the right hand side, a quality syrup I need to formulate. So that contains the medicament and the syrup solution, sugar solution. So what are the factors will significantly influence us? So the syrup should be in a liquid preparation, should not be dried. So what is that? It should be liquid preparation. So what is the consistency? We can keep as a one factor. So then what are the ingredient that the ingredient that is active ingredient should soluble in the soluble liquid medium in the syrup. So that is one factor, solubility of the drug substances. So like this, you have to identify the factors, any number of factors. I say among that, which factors is significant to change the quality of the syrup, I need to identify. So this is one example. So in the so if I am preparing a syrup containing paracetamol, I said as an example, so that should be 500 mg paracetamol P500. It is available as a Apex manufacturing drug. That is the best syrup in the paracetamol market. It's available there. So P500 will provide the therapeutic efficacy of the drug should be reaches to the systemic circulation by after administration. How much the drug concentration is available in the therapeutic window is essential to exhibit the pharmacological action. That means after administration of drug, that is syrup, we have the oral route of administration. Consuming, it will dissolve in the gastrointestinal fluid. Absorption will take place, and it will be reaches to the systemic circulation. So that how much drug is available in the systemic circulation is a very important factor for formulation. That means then in the case how it is soluble in the gastrointestinal fluid, that is one critical parameter. So like this, you have to identify one by one, so that I can possibly to change. If the drug is not soluble in the gastrointestinal fluid, it will be treated as a waste. It will come out as a waste. If solubility, if not up to the mark, I can enhance the solubility by adding some excipients. So this way we have to work. So the cause and effect diagram always will help you to understand the relationship between the factor and responses. So the same one more example, I easy to understand. I last class also I said, one, I want to purchase a car. This is the second example. If you want, you can just try easy to understand. You can think. First one is I want to purchase a car. So that is purchase a car is our aim. Then what type of car you want to purchase? So I want to purchase a 7-seater car with SUV type. That is my thing. So now what are the factors will come into the picture? So first one is cost will come into the picture. What is the amount I have, that I have to keep in my factors, main factor, the cost factor involved in that. Then manufacturer, who is the manufacturers to produce the best A6 car, that will come to the picture. So this, like this, you have to add one factors. Then another one is what are the stability of the things, safety issue, then the elegance, appearance. This all come to the factors. Among this, which are the factors directly related to my response is 8-seater car is the thing. Then 8-seater seat capacity is the major influences. So that I can take. Then cost, what is the amount I permittable to me, that it's important one for the responses. This identifications, which is the critical parameter, is essential to produce a satisfy the customer point of view. That relationship understand by the cause and effect diagram. This diagram is given by Ishikawa. This can be an appropriate place you can utilize. Wherever the possibility, you can utilize. For this, plenty of softwares also available. Cause and effect diagram itself you can prepare by plenty of softwares, like R software also you can use to generate the this ideology. So in this cause and effect diagram, we are telling that 5M and 1E, methods, machines, measurements, materials. It's a very important point in that. So what is the method? With which method I am going to utilize to analyze the things? That is one important. Then another one is machines. What is the machine I am going to use in if you are a manufacturer at all? So this effect you need to identify what are the 5 M's and 1E. Each environment. What is the environment is possibility that you have to consider this. So this will give you the relationship. Idea is Juran. Idea is introduced by Juran. Juran triology. We know three things are very important: continuous improvement, then long duration of action, then quality product. These are three things are triology. In this, we want to incorporate cause and effect diagram is a key factor in the brainstorming session itself. Last class also I said 12 stages of optimization is planned into 4 divisions. What is the plan? Experimentation, collect the data, analyze the data, and the interpretation of data. This plan and do the experiment first step, then analyze, then interpret, then conclude it. This is the way you have to work in that. Cause and effect diagram will work in that. The second thing is the class I discussed are histograms. Histograms, I very clearly explained in the last class also. Histograms in the sense which is continuous mode. One example I'll tell you. So in our class, so 12 members are there. I think so 12 or 14 participants are there. All the 14 participants dispersion is called as histograms. So candidate 1 out of 185 marks he scored. Candidate 2, 90 marks scored. Candidate 3, 70 marks scored. Candidate 4, 95 marks. This continuously I am plotting, that is called as histograms. A single category data, that is marks. Marks only, all the persons, if I am continuously putting, that is called as histograms. The same histograms chart, this 12 candidate, I can make it in a group wise also. So those who have scored 80 to 90, so 4 people scored. So 4 people, that bar diagram. Then another one is 70 to 80, some 5 people. Then 60 to 70, some 3 people. Like this, if I'm continuously plotting, that is called as histograms. Histograms will identify and clearly give that the dispersion of mean values. Mean values, I think you know everyone. So that is the continuous plotting. Continuous plotting is called as histograms. I think in the last graph I show the histograms graphs. The same thing will be differ from bar graph. If I am telling that among the 14 students, how many girl students present in that, how many boy students present in that, if I am comparing that, that is called as bar graph. Bar graph will give you the comparison between 2 groups. So male, what is the marks average? Female, what is the mark average? If I am comparing, that is called as bar graph. But histograms won't be like that. It is continuously all the 12 marks we can make it, or you can categorize the mark based thing. Then you can categorize female and male marks, but it should be a continuous mode. That is called as the histograms. Another one is that very important in the QC tool is quality control chart. This I explained in the last class also. Control chart will give you the identification of the product in variation. It crosses the control levels. See, for example, I am manufacturing a paracetamol tablet, 500 mg tablet. If I am preparing, you consider 500 mg tablet. If I am preparing, then my weight variation will be allowed plus or minus 2%. You can keep that for 2% minus value, 2% plus value. You consider 498, then 502. So if I prepared taken for analysis of 20 tablets, Each tablet weight I have to calculate and plot that graphs. One tablet will be 499, one tablet will be 498, one tablet will be 500, another tablet 501, 502, 500, 500, 498. Like this, it will be 20 tablets. Deep will values will go on ups and downs. That everything within the level or not will be given by the control chart. That the control chart easily to understand whether it is the product manufactured in the controlled manner or not. So by seeing that the center line of draw, so that is 500 if comes will be the center. If what are the values coming lower than 500 is 498, 499, 488, 98.5. This all will be the lower level. Then 501, 502 is the higher level. But if the cross the 502, that is the area to initiate the what you have to concentrate that place. So that is called as control chart. I think you can see in your third chapter, this is the things you need to be understand. So you can draw a graph, any category you can see. See, if I am telling that 30 students are in my class, 30 students in my class. 30 students, if a pass mark is 50 percentage, if you consider. So those who are 50 percentage, then maximum 100 percentage, minimum 50 percentage. If less than that, if goes, I have to identify them to encourage the to improve the mark facilities or attendance. You can keep attendance percentage. See, maximum 100 percentage. Then minimum requirement of attendance will be 80 percentage. So I have to follow that whether the candidates, all the 30 candidates, fulfill the attendance percentage of in between the 80 to 100 or not. So if less than that, will not allow to write the examinations. So when we have to identify easily, when I am plotting that, so these are the students, identified students are having less than 80 percentage of attendance, we'll ask them to go for get a approval from the authorities and all the things. Hereafter, you should not get a leave for the classes. You have to fulfill the things or attendance deficiency fine you have to pay. Like this easily you can identify. This control chart will give you the relationship between two things. One is minor level and maximum level. This also called as R charts. R charts, I think I said that R chart in your class is that. So what is mean by that? R charts and graphs. So that it's a difference between this. We can plot R, one group of charts also available that may called as bar chart or bar plot, pie diagram, histograms, scatter plot, box plot. These all consider as a R graphs. They may called as, they may ask you to write what is the R charts and graphs. You can, it's a group of charts or graphs. So that is bar diagram, what I said already. So two comparison, if I am taking, that is called as bar graph. Histogram, continuously spreading your data. So 30 days, people are getting scores of attendance percentage. If I am plotting continuously, that is histograms. Even that one subclass I am telling, that can be further group based categories and present. That is also possible in the histogram. Say, for example, who are the persons having 90 to 100 percentage of attendance, then 70 to 80, 80 to 90. This all I can continuously draw things is called as histograms. That is called as histograms. The another one is scatter plot. That is need to be discussed. But another one is called as control chart. I think you know control chart is the difference between the minor level, that is lowest level, and the maximum level. In between my data are presented, then I can go for calculating this value. That is this called as control chart. Control chart will easily identify whether the process is going control or not. So this R software also available. You can see R, that is difference between this. So this R chart is a group of chart that in that type is bar plot, pie diagram, histograms, then scatter plot and box plot. Then scatter plot, what is meant by scatter? Scatter diagram is used to measurement of two or more related variable in the scatter diagram. So that means I can plot either variable can be plotted in either x-axis or y-axis. So I think you know. So various levels you can get the database. Various levels you can get the data. That is called as scattered charts. The scattered charts itself, the database will be presented in the various level. What I am getting, that will be displayed in that manner is called as that is we always every time we are telling that. So if I am getting one example marks, no, so 30 students got the marks. One may be a 40 marks, one may be a 65 marks, one may be a 72 marks, one may be 85 marks, one may be 30 marks. So this all continue. You cannot be connected because ups and downs the values will be there. In the ups and downs we able to see that difference will be available in every places. So cannot be connected in the each places values available. That not possible. So that I am thinking as a scattered manner, no. So it will go one place. I'm not able to connect, not like a linear, not like a linear. So it's not able to conclusions. So if I am telling that one axis, if keep on x-axis increases, y-axis increases, that is a positive way. Then another one is that if I am increasing the x-axis, decrease the y-axis value, that is another way of understanding, that is negative values. So if positive and negative is not able to correlate, that is called as scattered diagrams. So that is here I think easy to understand. I'll tell you that if the students are continuously trained, the scores are continuously improving. One example you take, like I taken a 30 students, I am the same class will be continuously trained the students to be elaborately in detail explained. So continuously we are focusing on the students. The students marks keep on increasing. Some 50 to 90 it is in the increased manner, that is called as positive correlation. When I am increasing the x-axis, then it will be increase the students mark. See, the same last class I explained. If I am appointing a number of staff in the manufacturing unit, then my yield will be increased. That is called as positive. But at the same time, when I'm appointing a number of skilled person, the errors happening in the industry may decrease. That is called as negative correlations. But I am keep on increasing a number of appointment of skilled person, but the values are increasing as well as decreasing, but not in the uniform manner. So keep on increasing or keep on decreasing. It various places is present. That is called as the scattered diagram. So the scattered diagram will give the relationship between the variables and so what is the responses presented in that. So in the scattered diagrams will help us to interpret. So three types of scattered diagram. One is called as a positive relation, another one is a negative relation, another one is you cannot consider which is a thing in the model uncertainty, that is you are not able to determine this what is that is called as this. So this also with the so far in the R chart we saw that bar diagram. What is meant by bar diagram? Very simply I can say this: anything if I am comparing two groups, if two groups or three groups or four groups, the databases comparing one to one, it's a not a single linear values. So it's a different kind of values. How many people are from Tamil Nadu? How many people are from Andhra Pradesh? How many people are from Karnataka? If I am taking and comparing, that is called as bar diagram. But how many students are present in the class? Not in the group wise, or I am not separating them. Continuously calculating the student strength. That is called as that is called as continuously is histograms. That these two you have to identify. Another one graph is scatter diagram. Scatter diagram always will help you to understand what is the relationship between your values and response. If x-axis keep on increasing the x-axis values, it is increases, that is called as positive correlation. If I am increasing, it started to decreasing, that is called as we can have a negative relationship. But I don't know that whether increasing or decreasing in the scattered manner the data is there. Sometimes it will be increasing, sometimes it may be decreasing. That can be identified as a scattered diagrams. Then another one is pie chart. You can then another control chart. Then I'll go for pie chart. Control chart is the control chart will give you the clear information about whether the process is under the control or not. See, if I am manufacturing anything, it is in the controlled manner or not, I need to understand. That is called as pie chart. Then another one is the pie chart. Pie chart, I think a pie chart is a circular type of chart. You can statistical graph which is divided into slices. I think you may seen in that which is the among the group. See, for example, in the placement, you consider one example, placement. So I am going to identify some 2 or 3 colleges I am taking. Each college, how much percentage of placement is able to produce. So, for example, any department, so they have a calculation methodology to each year how many students are placing in the industry, academia, then various places. So then they will be segregated in one institution. So in industry, some 60 percentage, then academia, some 35 percentage, then other areas like food corporation or electricity, yeah, whatever it may be. Then all you need to compare. The best way to compare is called as pie chart. That pie chart will be statistically will give this what is the 100 percentage, then what are the percentage of each individual category. So this is will be given the clear idea. So another one is you consider Tamil Nadu total 100 percentage of placement. Which college is morely contribute? Some government institution, private institution, that is private universities. So you can compare this. So this all will be plotted in the total 100 percentage, which is the maximum provided. Then another one you can you can calculate. So this it's a way to identify the percentage is there. How much is there we can understand. So this pie chart will be classified into 4 types. Simple pie chart, they may call this a simple pie chart. That is the basic type. This is the basic type of pie chart. Will be what are the data you are presenting in that. Easily you can draw in the Excel itself. Your Microsoft Excel, you can calculate some data. Then you have to make it. But it should be considered as a 100 percentage. It will take it and it will be divided into that values. What is the percentage? It just comes into it. Then another one is explode pie chart, second type. Then bar pie chart and exploded 3D charts. These are the 4 types of pie charts are available. These 4 pie charts put together, they may comes under in the R charts. R charts is a group of charts. Already I said this class I wanted to tell you R charts is important in the quality control test. That's R charts. Maybe R is a program is available to calculate the statistical and all. That also we can incorporate it into our study. But here the R chart is different. The R chart is giving it's a group of chart, bar chart, pie chart, histograms, then scatter plot, then box plot. So this will come to this R charts. The R chart used to represent value in the vector as well as a height bars. That is called as R charts. So when I am presenting the values in the manner of height bars is called as R charts. They may majorly we are using in this. So the x-axis and y-axis that represent with the relationship between the x-axis and y-axis will calculate as a bar plot is called as R charts. They may call as. Then in the pie chart also we can make it, that not in the bar graph, in the 3D manner I said no. So 3D various aspects are available. So 4 type of pie charts are available. One is called a simple pie chart, then explode pie chart, bar pie chart, then explode 3D pie chart. This I can use in that to segregate the where the data is presented, then what is the percentage which is available. So plenty of softwares are available to draw a graphs, then Prism, GraphPad, R program. You have all the programs are available. Simply you can draw in the Excel. That is also very useful one for to identify. So today class, this R chart contains of what are the things we saw, that this related to these charts. We need very essential to understand what are the relationship between factors and and the responses. This that is why I am telling that this is established by cause and effect diagram. That is why the Juran is telling that any type of institutions, any type of organization, or any type of work, research, or programs, your description, everything, first you have to identify what is the critical factors. The critical factors means which is direct relationship with the response. That you can need to identify what is the awareness. So what is this thing is that this R charts will help to identify what are the critical factors. How? So if you have to say, for example, what are the literature available, that you can take it as a number of articles, number of informations, then you have to identify what it says, then you can make it as some type of analysis by this type of charts will help you to understand the relationship between the factors and response. Then you have to incorporate your brainstorming session. Brainstorming session, I think already I explained, that may be a co-worker or your authorities or your staff. It may be any person who is having exposure in that place. So that we can use in that to identify these things. When it's clearly you identified, this identifying tool is our charts majorly used. That is why they given in your portion that QC tools, all 7 tools, majority the graphical way it will come. So that is why I am in the explaining in the class, last class itself. So QC tools are 7 tools are available in the QC. One is check sheets, histogram, scatter diagram, control charts. So now then run charts, Ishikawa diagram, and Pareto diagram. 7 things are very, very essential in the QC tools. If you are following these 7 charts, 95% of quality problem will be solved, I said in the last class itself. So majority the 7 QC tools, if you are following, 90% of 90 to 95% of problem will be rectified. So among this the cause and effect diagram is called as Ishikawa diagram. I am telling this is will give you the exact relationship between the critical factors and factors related to response. This can be grammatically expressed in the following chart called as R chart. What are that is bar chart, histograms, scattered, and control chart, and run chart. This is all the QC tools. It will comes together. This in the type of R chart they may call us. This R chart or these charts will help you to identify the significant relationship between the factors and responses. So first is among the 6, one is very, very essential, that is called the cause and effect diagram. It is introduced by Ishikawa. They may call it as fishbone diagram. This, if you want to identify which is the comes in the Ishikawa diagram, then you need these are the things: histograms, scatter diagrams, control charts, then run charts, and one more thing is bar chart. Bar chart is not included in this, but you need to identify the bar chart is a comparison between two or more groups. So the histograms is continuously mean dispersion if you are presenting, that is called as histogram charts. So these histograms will be easily to understand the what is the values it's presenting here. So one person may be in the for 80% attendance, one person will be 92%, one person continuously. If plotting is called as histograms, then histograms will easily identify where the data present in that. But the control chart will help you to understand whether it is in the controlled manner or not. If it is deviate from the maximum value and the minimum value, if that place is called as, you have to more focus. So when you consider the employee trained person is available in the premises, when it is touches to this upper limit or lower limit, then he has to come into the picture to rectify the problem to be present in the control charts. So apart from that, one chart is available in the QC tools called as check sheets. Check sheets I will explain by one simple experiment. Say I am thinking that I am manufacturing tablet or capsule. You consider capsule. Anyone cancer, anti-cancer drug. Anything I am manufacturing. The capsule containing the drug quantity is 250 milligram. The capsule quantity, the weight is 400 milligram. So what I have to do is to group the data. If continuously some thousands of data is available, so that I want to be a group the data. So that check sheet will be useful. I think you can see. So I am manufactured 100 tablets. The exact quantity we need for the capsule is 400 milligram. If you consider, if I am manufacturing a tablet, it's not at all possible capsule to manufacture the exact 400 milligram of capsule for all the 100 capsules. But majority of capsules will be present in the 100 milligram. So around 80% of or 90% of capsules will be 400 milligram. Some things will be in the 395 milligram. Sometimes it will be in the 410 milligram. Something present in that. Then you have to make it that. For sample one, first what is the milligram is available? 400 milligrams. So one capsule coming. 402, what is how many capsules coming? 403, how many capsules coming? That you have to mark it. That will be helpful to identify grouping of data. So grouping of data. So you can see. I think that +2 result is coming now. You can see how many people are got sometime in the maths subject they are explaining. So among the 8 lakh people, so 23,000 people are got center marks there. So this will give you the in-depth analysis of the where your data present in that. So as I said, so I want to group the data. See, so I am grouping this. So physics, some 23,000 people, 25,000 people. So chemistry, 26,000 people. Then biology, some 40 people, 40,000 people. So like this, you have to group the students' strength by giving the check sheets. That check sheet they may call as, it will give you that in-depth analysis of each data, what is the group it is present in that. So when these check sheets are very clear, you have to checklist, they may call as checklist. You can mark it that how many people are present in that center group. How many people are 95? How many people are 96? That group you can make it, you identify checklist. This will give you the idea about what I have to perform, how to grouping that things. Then this grouping you can continuously plot. That is called as histogram. If I am comparing 1 to 1, the grouping what I made, this if I am comparing 1 to 1 is called as bar diagram. If you am continuously presenting that group details, what I have, that is called as histograms. So this will give you the clarity on your quality management system. That is why this third chapter clearly indicating that 95% of 95% of quality issues will be sorted out by only 7 QC tools. What are the QC tools? The QC tools are check sheets, histograms, scatter diagrams, control charts, run charts, Ishikawa diagram, and Pareto diagram. So now we need to understand what is meant by Pareto diagram. I think you know what is meant by Pareto diagram. I clearly informed in the last class itself. Any industries, they will list out what are the problems they are facing in that. They will identify. Among these, which is the significant problems you need to more focus, that is called as Pareto diagram will help you. So that means I have to make a list out what are the problems associated in that my study. Then you have to list which is the maximum one will be in the starting of x-axis. To lower the one, it will go in the negative manner. So if you consider one is that blending is major problem, 85% problem is there. Then mixing some 75%. Then excipient drying maybe a 65%. So these things, if I have to draw a graph like a bar chart, from the maximum to minimum, I have to draw. In that, majorly which is considered to sort out, that is called the Pareto diagram will give you that. So first three things may be every problem as per the Jurons and Fagenbagam says that Juron terminology 25 to 75. 25 to 75. 75 percentage of problem will be the first three Pareto diagram chart if gives. So first three, if I'm settling the 75 percentage of problems, first three problems, if I sort it out, then it's a 75 percentage of problem will be sorted out. If I am sorted out the 75 percentage, automatically it will be clear the remaining problem associated in that. So that is the way I have to plot this. Understand that Pareto chart. Pareto chart will give you the which is the major influence on that. It's a bar diagram, major influential problem. So that is why I'm telling clearly from the maximum to minimum it will be plotted. Maximum to minimum it should be plotted. So that maximum, if you are considering first three, if you are starting out, that is 80% of problem will be solved by the Wagenbergam theory. But Juran says that it's up to 75%, 25% problem. So the 75% will be the major three things. So the Pareto chart means you can easily understand that it is the identify area need to focus first in the process improvement stage. So that is the clear improvement. I am repeatedly I am telling the quality improvement process started in the 1950 by Jurans is a total quality management, total quality TQM. The TQM have the major tools are QC tools, 7 QC tools. In the 7 QC tools, 5 tools comes under R charts. What is the R charts? That is I explained now today. So now I am telling now that you can understand that TQM will be sorted out 95% by applying QC tools. Among the QC tools, one is very, very essential, that is called as cause and effect diagram or Ishikawa diagram. The remaining 5 are the R comes under the type of R charts. What are that? Bar chart, histograms, control charts, bar plots. These all come to the thing. So when the Pareto is out of one, that is R chart. Apart from that R chart, one QC tool is called as Pareto chart. The Pareto chart will give you the relationship between the where you need to focus your errors happening. So first three errors, if you sort it out, so that is the area you need to focus. So that when I am drawing a Pareto graph, they may two different concept is that 80 to 20 is given by the back in Bagam. We said that 80-20, the Pareto principle, the rule known as the Pareto principle, law of they may telling that other things are 75. Juran is telling that some 75 to 25. These Pareto charts will be detailedly explained by various softwares like JMP, SPSS, Design Expert, and all the things. But the one of the beautiful software is to analyze the statistical way in depth is called as JMP. The JMP is a like a software solution to each and every parts of your statistical problem. They are having a excellent software. If you find the trial version is available, just you try. If you want, you can go for purchase the version, which is about the very essential one. You can purchase and you can use. So this Design Expert and all like softwares will help you to easily plot where is the my error things. So the one after that, as I said, when you are identified the quality by design approach, then you have to more focus on continuous improvement and product knowledge. How you can get a continuous improvement by two methodology. You can continuous improvement can be achieved. One is process understanding and process performance. So these two, I can change the process performance by means of product understanding, product knowledge. If I know the knowledge clearly what I want, where the steps, the physical, I need to focus, which is a quality improvement steps, I need to focus there, then automatically my product will be a quality product. So this is the way it will be going to help you. So as I said, this takeaway message of this chapter 3 is, so this all are the QC tools only, the quality control tools. Then I quality control circles, and I'll complete next class. Then I go for Six Sigma concept. That as per the TQM, so last 50 years, 60 years we are discussing. Majorly, all the QC tools or 7 QC tools are important. Among this, cause and effect diagram are the very key role plays in that. The cause and effect diagram, if you want to identify the critical parameter, some graphs of that particular data you need, that called as R charts. R chart contains bar graphs, histograms. It's a R chart means it's a group of charts. Then histograms, control charts, run charts. These all will come to the grouping of R charts. When you are able to draw R charts and all, you can identify what is the relationship between the factors and responses. Then apart from that, two charts are there. One is called as check sheets. Another one is Pareto diagram. The Pareto diagram will be easily identified which is the major problem causing steps. That is, the first 3 factors may influence the problems. That is the two different person, two different concept. Normally, the Pareto diagram means 80-20 is the rule. Any one places 80% of problem, if you sort out, then 20% of problem will be automatically clear. That 80% of problem, maybe 1 or 2 errors may occur. That will be identified by using of Pareto chart. So when you are statistical analysis performing any type of works, it may be a production, or if you in the management classes, whatever it will be in the hospital management or anything, if you are able to identify which is the critical parameters, that is critical steps in that particularly the 3 steps, if you are able to correct it or rectify that by giving a continuous training and adequate hands-on training and continuous education mode, then the problem will be rectified. If the problem is rectified, the remaining all the problems, 25% will be sorted out. That is why the Jurani says that 25 problem can be rectified by correcting the 75% of problem. That will be identified by using Pareto chart. So these are the charts will available for the easy identification. So this all the database. I may have plenty of data. How to interpret that is very, very essential. If anybody want to have some examples, you take and apply in that. Then next class when I am coming, you ask any doubts, sir, how to utilize these charts and all. If possible, I will bring one example for all these charts, in the next class. Then I'll complete the quality circles. Then I'll go for the Six Sigma concept, then ISO concept. I think on another stuff will come. Next class, I think tomorrow also we'll discuss the same point, because this you have to understand, and you have to apply in your study. So wherever the process is there, you can apply this charts. You can take simple graphs in your routine work. You try to draw graphs by using Excel. That is easily we can do. At the same time, if you are using a software program like JMP, GraphPad, Prism, or R software, you should learn some principles. Then you can utilize this type of things, because beautiful graphs we can make it too easy to understand by using the softwares. The softwares are inbuilt with the mathematical equations, easily will produce the quality quality understanding about the process. When you are able to understand the process, you can correct it where the rectify the problems happening. So this is the takeaway message. So this total quality management is basically based on QC tools, 7 QC tools. Among this, one is very, very important. Then other things will be supporting that. It may produce 95% of problems. You can rectify these things. With this, I wind up this today's session. Tomorrow also we'll discuss with some. If possible, I'll bring some example. Then easily you can understand.
Sir, what all examples you gave? JMP, Preserve, and
JMP, Prism, GraphPad. GraphPad one software is there.
okay.
Then another R software also available.
Okay. And you said 7 QC tools, out of which one is most important. Which one is that?
That is a cause and effect diagram. That is called as Ishikawa diagram. Ishikawa diagram, and this all others will be supported by the things. So if you consider like this, 7 QC tools can be divided into three. One is first one is cause and effect diagram. The second thing is R charts. Third one is, apart from the R charts, Pareto chart only. So these three things, Pareto chart will be rectifying the problems. So we have to identify the problem which is the most creating. That in reverse manner you have to draw a graph, Pareto chart, which is the problems in your things. So that rectifying you want to, that is the things you have to out of R charts. So cause and effect, R chart, and out of that, these Pareto charts. So 7 QC tools are important. Tomorrow also we will discuss. Huh?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. How are you all? Can you hear me? Reddy from Bangalore. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I
Yeah.
can hear you.
You need about 2 minutes break so that I can start. I sent the PPT to you for chapter 7 and chapter 8. Apurva from Bengal.
Yes. How I send the PPT
Yeah.
on mail?
Yeah, I remember yesterday you participated in the discussion, so I can remember. That's my advantage of being old. I can remember things very fast. I don't.
Okay.
I have not developed amnesia
Okay.
nor Alzheimer's disease.
Okay, I'll check my mail. Okay.
Do you need about 2 minutes break so that I can start?
No, sir, you can start now.
Fine, excellent. How about others? Diana, Anjali Devi, Deepthi, Lavanya, Urani. There are 14 of you. Okay. Today's learning objective, see, yesterday we talked about buying the products, buying, storing it, layout. Yeah, Vivarani has given me permission. Thank you, Vivarani. I'll start, right. Uh, Now, yesterday we talked about, to recap, we talked about the, what do you call, materials management. How do you buy the product? How do you keep the product? How do you store the product? The supply chain management, the materials management, the types of precautionary measures, what you have to take, everything. Okay. Now, having done all these things, is that sufficient for a hospital? Only buying the medicines, is it sufficient for hospital? No. You need, in modern world, with the development of technology, you need medical equipments. So today's topic will be the discussion on medical equipments, chapter 7. The chapter 7 deals with, listen to me carefully, all of you, I know, pre-lunch session and listening morning right from 10 o'clock. You'll be slightly fagged out, but 40 minutes of undivided attention I want from all of you. Am I okay with all of you? Can you just raise your hand, Anjali Devi, Diana, Lavanya? Yeah, Apurva, you have responded. Yurani has responded. And Deepthi, she was locked in, went out. Anjali Devi, Diana, Lavanya. I thank the director being there in part of the lecture class of mine. Thanks, Arvind Tasa. Good afternoon to you. So today's topic for these 40 minutes undivided attention, what I want from you is this. What are the equipments we need for hospital? We need only medicines, we need equipments also. So what are the types of equipments we need? How do you plan to buy the equipments? How do you design the equipments to be kept in all places? We can't keep a scanning machine in all the places, right, to OPD and things like that, right? So you have to have proper place and things like that. So place where you have to keep. And steps in equipment selection. How do you select the equipments? And that's all. 4 important topics I've taken up in Unit 7. Unit 7 discuss with learning objective, you can see, hospital equipment planning. I have sent you the PPT, you will be having in your learning objectives of today. The second slide. All of you are having mobile with you?
Yes.
I sent it just now, 11:40, I sent it by WhatsApp. Apurva, can you just check up and tell? Everyone, you can tell me and tell. You got it?
No, I don't.
It's in the
No,
group. It's the group.
I'm not in the group actually.
You are not in the group, so you have to be in the group. You want to be in, till you complete your project, everything you have to be in the group. Just coordinate. Anybody else who is in the group who got it?
Can you please add me, whosoever is in the group?
Yeah. You can request them. Rani, you are there in the group. Lavanya? Jiti? No, here, who is there in the group? 14 of them are present here, as per my list is concerned here. Okay, if you're not in the group, no problem. I'll tell you, today's objective of this 45 minutes lecture will be on the types of medical equipment you need in the hospital. Types of medical equipment. And what are the EMR devices? What are the diagnostic devices? What are the surgical devices? What are the durable medical equipment we need? What are the acute care devices? And what are the emergency and trauma care devices? And what are the long-term care devices? And how do you store it and transport it? There are 8 points. I repeat, very, very important for you. Not only that you store your medical products in your hospital, you have to have medical equipments, which is very much necessary in modern world, using the technology at your advantage. The first one is the types of medical equipments, what you have to have in the hospital, right? Can we go ahead with that? As you all know, you have got the textbook. You can please refer to page number 116, Introduction, Hospital Equipment Planning. All of you got the reading material from the
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can just open up and see. I'm just making it very simple for you because the time is very short. The exam is on 24th, and we have to finish our class. We have to revise. We have to have the what do you call the case study selections, and we have to have the important questions to be revised. We have to revise the syllabus, and we have to have the discussion on project also. All these things because we got by OSA for becoming a doctor. So in that hospital equipment planning, you need few of the important points that the proper treatment is given to the patient. That's the main objective to have a medical equipment. And what are the medical equipments? We have seen COVID times. Let me give the example. What is the problem with the COVID time? I'll give a literally example what we have faced in India and abroad throughout the world. What is the problem? What budgeting was a problem? Was the supply of equipment was a problem? Supply of the material was a problem? What was the problem we faced in COVID-19? It shook the entire world up. Yes, please.
Deficiency of equipments compared to the number of patients.
Okay, you are a dental being, so I don't want to touch much about you. But otherwise, Lavanya, where is today? Mahalakshmi is missing in the class. Dr. Mahalakshmi is missing. Diana Sharmila. What was the problem we faced? Oxygen cylinders, right? The cylinders are missing. We could not put the ventilator. We cannot keep the ventilator in all the places in the hospital. You have to have the ventilation in different places, not in different places. You can have it only in ICCU on critical care place, right? So oxygen was a problem. Oxygen cylinders were not available at that time. That was a problem. But the government of India proactively, there are two terms we use in management. One is known as reactive, other is known as proactive. Reactive is when everything happens, you keep your hand on your head and say, aisa ho gaya kya? Everything has happened. Acha. But proactive is you prepare yourself, see that you face the situation, face the challenge. The government was proactive, not reactive. And they prepared and they gave a lot of money to the oxygen cylinder managers as advance for manufacturing cylinders and movement of cylinders and across the country. And the shortage of supply was sorted out in COVID-19. All we have seen recently in the history, right or wrong?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you're not answering my question. You are in the bank, right? You can't answer. Dipti, how about others? Hello, logged in, walked away. I think I'll take a serious note of those who are not participating. I'll ask some questions. Very strong questions. The WWCF is asked by the director himself. Okay. So hospital equipment planning is a very, very important aspect of not only procurement of medicines, procurement of the equipment, the procurement process, the logistics, and the installments. The hospital equipment planning helps. What for? You get a better treatment. You have a BP apparatus in place, your oxygen supply instrument in place, you have the ventilators in place, so you get a better patient care. That's the reason medical equipment plays a very, very important role in addition to medical supplies. That's why the unit has been included in the subject. But likely they are included. So to sum up, hospital equipment planning helps in assuring the patient get proper treatment and the types of equipment what they want. Hospital management, what they should do, their responsibility, to engage in specialized persons. That's why you have a new division which is emerging now in the medical field is known as biomedical engineering. These are people who know how to buy the medicines, buy the equipments, maintain the equipments, and prepare and repair the maintenance. And sure, most of the hospitals will have the biomedical engineers. It's part of the necessary division which has been established by MCM, the Medical Council of India. The hospital management should engage specialist persons who are nothing but biomedical engineers and medical equipment, whatever is available, should be assessed what we need. Today, we are going to have only one OG, obstetric and gynec, what we need, that the delivery table and to stabilize the patient, and you need to have post-delivery chances for the what we call child which is born with less weight, you have to have a neonatologist, you have to have a neonatology room. All this you have to have the planning for that. I'm not, the book is not in detail dealing with that, but I'm telling you example in pediatrics. When you have a child born with neonatal jaundice, there should be somebody who a pediatrician who can, neonatologist who can treat the just born baby. So there should be equipment for that. There should be sterilized room for that. The baby is just born. What is it we call that, Apurva? That ward where we keep the neonatologist or the newly born babies.
Nico,
No?
Nico, that NICU,
Yeah.
Nico, neonatal intensive care unit.
Yes, excellent, excellent. I think you can just type it for the benefit of others who are either absent or anything. So, the intensive care unit for the yeah, for 5 days or 6 days, neonatologist treats the child, and then after that, when it gains weight, say for example, the normal weight of the baby is of 2.8 kilos, when it's weighing about 1.9 kilos, you need about neonatologist. Okay, for that there's equipment. There should be separate room, or the hospitals are aware of all these necessary equipments and necessary rooms. You cannot have all the equipment in one place. You have to have a neonatology room, you have to have a delivery room, post-delivery chances, surgical, post-surgical ward, and then ICCU. After ICCU coming out of it, you have to have monitoring. So you have different departments need different equipments. That's what we are talking about, right? So hospital management should talk about assess the medical equipment wanted, depending on the specialty of the hospital, what you have got. If you are going for IUD only, especially for of late, IUD is becoming very popular across the country. So you need what are the instruments you need. If you are going for a cardiology specialist, only cardiology, you need pacemakers, you need angio, you need angioplasty, you need a sterile room, you need stents. If you want to go for a bypass surgery, all these things have to be taken into consideration depending upon the need of the particular patient and the particular hospital who is specialized with that. Depending on if it's a multi-specialty hospital, you are supposed to have medical equipment for everything. For everything, you need BP apparatus, you need MRI, you need CTI, you need medical facilities, you need X-ray, you need the other things. I'll come back to you later, part of it. So, medical equipment division plays a very important role. All of you agree with me? Very important part, not only medicine, medical equipment department. Medical equipments are, how do you plan? You have to plan according to the building what you construct. Normally, in a multi-story building where you have 4 or 5 floors, you have to have uh, the ground floor only consulting, the first floor inpatients, the second floor post-operative, third floor maybe ICCU, fourth floor maybe the OTs, minor OTs and major OTs, and post-delivery delivery cases and things like that. So the plan should be in such a way, based on the equipment what you need for the specialty, the plan should be building plan should be done. Hospital equipment planning, it is there. Okay. Now, what are the steps you have to take in preparation of the list of the medical equipments? Please refer to page number 117 of all of you, because I'm trying to help you, though it's against the ethics of teaching, which my colleagues won't approve about it, but I'm trying to help you out because for want of time, because you are busy, I'm trying to help you out. You have to have page number 117. Steps in preparation of the list, what you want. There are about 6-7 steps, very simple. First step is to depend number of rooms the hospital has got. Is going to be 100-bedded hospital, is going to be 200-bed hospital. Based on the rooms, number of rooms, you divide what for post-delivery, what for post-operative, what for casualty, what for trauma, what for if you are having a multi-specialty hospital, you have to find out the design of the complete room based on the requirement of the particular medical instrument. It may be a large room for a scanner, MRI. It may be very, very compact room, a fully fertile and what do you call sterilized room for lab for conducting the CBP or whatever test you want to have for the LFT, whatever you want to do it. You have to have a separate block for lab facility. You understand? based on the building plan, the plan for your equipment fixing also should change. That's first step. Next step is where we want to install the equipment. Based on that, you can fix it. Normally, the X-rays and MRIs are kept in the ground floor, not in the first or second floor. I don't know. You correct me if I'm wrong. It's all kept in the ground floor so that it's easy for the patient to be shifted, go for MRI, come back, and then go to the respective specialist to get the opinion about it. So, next step will be where you want to install the room. Third step will be what is required to install all these facilities. We are going to have an MRI, whether you have a statutory benefit of emergency back power plant, like in generator, right? Suppose the power goes off. Now that's a major problem. So you backup plans. That's the third step you have to have. Fourth step is there is no confusion among which room you are going to admit, which room to other room, which room. 1 second, 1 second. Yep, I'm sorry. There was a call, so I had to attend. So, step one is based on the hospital plan and the room has to be decided. Step two, where you want to keep the equipment according to the room, it has to be modeled, or you give a plan to the architect according to the equipment where you have to keep. Suppose you want to have an endoscopy, you don't need 1,000 square meter, right? Square feet. We need a small room of about 400 to 500. So if you want to have a MRI, you need a much bigger one. So based on the equipment, step two will be select the room where you want to have and necessary supportive equipment. Third point, supportive equipment means the power, mainly the power, the technicians and other equipment, whatever is available. The fourth step will be there should not be any confusion in between step 1 to step 4. Clear. If you are going to a MRI, you go to MRI. If you are going for ECG, go for ECG. If you are going for EEG, go for EEG. So, step 4, list the minimum amount time you spend in shifting the patient to the room. Minimum time. One of the classmates is doing the time project called the time taken for the patient when he gets into the hospital and sees a doctor. 17 minutes according to him. So he's working on that from Vellore, one of a colleague. So the equipment should be available somewhere very close and it should be very easy to be accessible. Fourth point. Clear? Any doubts so far? 4 points I discussed. Friends, I think I want you to answer. Otherwise, it means that
No doubt, no doubt.
Apurva, you are only answering about others. I want others also to answer. They are not answering. Okay, anyway, I send the PPT, let them go through that. The next point where you have to think about it is 5. The equipment, whatever you have got, in whichever building you have, whichever room you have got, it should be listed, means it should be exhibited. बताना है ये रूम ये है இங்கே இது இருக்கு இதுதான் எக்ஸ்ரே ரூம் ஏன்னா patient may not be aware. You can't expect all the people to be literate to understand, though the nurses will help and things like that, the paramedical stuff. So it should be listed. That's the next step. And when you all these things are ready, your rooms are ready, your medical equipment are ready, you want to have all these things, but you have to buy these medical equipment. For that, you invite quotation suppliers, different suppliers, and find out the cost benefit ratio, CB analysis, which was done it in financial management, CB analysis into the room cost, how much is going to cost the patient. So that has to be taken. And as all this information has to be assembled and it has to be kept. There are 6-7 steps which I told you, which is very important. Is it clear? It has been pointed out to you. It's there in page number 117 for reference to you. 115, 116, 117, it is there. can just refer, very easy, because your exams are on 26. I'm worried. You're all busy, doctors, so I'm worried. That's the reason I'm trying to be very fast and trying to tell you. Okay. Now we have decided the equipment, we have decided where it has to be kept, what are the conditions it has to be, how much of square feet needed, what are the other accessories needed for the equipment. Having done that, then what are the types of medical equipment you want to have? Types. I have sent that also in your PPT for a reference, for immediate reference for examination. Is there in PPT 4? Because normally students have requested me that before the start of the class you please send it. So accordingly I send it across today. It is in page number 118 of your book. All of you can follow. One is self-care. You know that I remember the last product we launched in India was from Germany, from Birmingham, Mannheim, AccuCheck, for checking up the sugar level of the body. So there are self-care products. Self-care products can be, now you have got BP apparatus available at home. You can have checking of the temperature at home, your body temperature. Sometime back, we had not the thermocrystals or the mercury-based temperature we also launched one product called based, you can just spread the sheet in the forehead, you will get no come to know about it. Crystal-based thermometer that was a failure because it could not pick up in the world market. So self-care products are up 2 or 3 types. It can be a BP apparatus. It can be you can sit at home and check your blood level in the weekend, and that's important too. So types of medical equipment first comes is self-care. Apple Watch is yes, the latest one. Thank you, Purva, for adding up because I have for want of time. I have so much of information for want of time. I'm only trying to cut down and see that you answer to the questions asked in the examination. And
In Apple Watches, they can even do ECG. ECG also.
yes, please, Apurva.
Apple Watches, they even check the heart rate and ECG
Yes,
before a
easy,
person gets.
available. Now you have what is available, latest technology. We are now, I'm not going to touch about AI. I'm not going to talk about IoT, Internet of Things. I'm not going to talk about disruptive technology, which is not part of the syllabus. I am just limiting myself to the syllabus and the core examination point of view because of the want of time, because of the short duration we have and the constraints we have. Next one will be very important, as you correctly said. After cell care will be EMR devices. EMR devices are of 2 types. What is that EMR devices? Electronic medical recording. What is that electronic medical recording? Can you give me one example? ECG, EEG. These are 2 electronic medical one, and then electronic health record (EHR). So you remember EMR and EHR. That'll be all right. I want all the others too. I'll just close it for 2 minutes and shut down. I want Anjali Devi, Deepthi, Lavanya, Gopalakrishna, Evani, all the other people to participate in this, and 5 others who are there. I'll just check who are all there. I'll mark, and I'll check up when I come for Viva. Please remember, by listening to the lecture, the purpose of having the PCP is for you to understand what is given in the book, making it easy for you to understand, right? So first point is self-care, second one is EMR devices. EMR may be the electronic devices which shows like ECG and EMR, right? Recording system. Sorry. Next one is diagnostic. For diagnosis, we use MRI, X-ray, scanning. That's the 3rd one. And the 4th one, very, very important, is surgical devices. Page number 119, please concentrate. In surgical, if you go to, I'm sure operation theater, some of you have gone, you go to OT, you have different type of instruments available. You have something based on stainless steel, something called some other tools which include scopes, which we may not be in a position to see. The doctor cannot see the particular portion where it is affected. We call that scope, SCOPE, the scope. the scope material has to be sterilized. I'm sure the subject has been taken by some other doctor. So, surgical devices. The first one will be ordinary self-care. Second one will be EMR. Third one will be diagnostic. Fourth one will be diagnostics. So far clear? Not Apurva. I don't want Apurva. I want somebody else to answer. Maharashtra Madam, thank you. Good afternoon. How are you? I'm missing you right from for the past 15 minutes. I was asking. You've been very participative. You missed out some of the class. Maybe you are busy with your homework. But anyway, we are talking about medical equipments and the type of medical equipments. The type of medical equipments we are talking about self-care equipments where we have BP apparatus, acute check and things like that, where you check it up at home, and EMR devices where you have the uh, uh, electronic devices like ECG, EEG, and things like that, and electronic health record system (EHR). But the most important diagnostic tool which we use is MRI nowadays. Now it has been replaced by AA also, but not been mentioned. But CT scan, MRI is the latest one. Surgical devices, most important surgical devices which I am giving a lot of importance. It has to be sterile because we are using it in the operation theatre, and we use some of the different types which have been mentioned in the book. In page number 109, we all know what is adjusted to the operation theatre. We take the one important aspect is called scope, SCOPE, where you try to take out the particular area of the portion where this is not visible to the surgeon or a doctor or a gynecologist. The scope. This has to be the surgical devices which we need for the medical equipment division. Then we have very other things. Like, suppose we can't use physically handicapped word now. Now we call that as physically challenged people. So physically challenged people, we have some instruments we have to buy called durable and non-durable. Durable is the wheelchair. The people who are physically challenged has to be carried, and you have a tree, you have a stick, you have the where you give the saline, the stand. All these things are durable medical equipments. It can be two types: durable and non-durable. And acute care devices, which are known as. Can you tell me what is acute care devices which you use in the hospital? Medical equipments. We have been talking about MRI. We are talking about blood pressure monitor. We are talking about oxygen monitor. We have been talking about. Can anybody in the afternoon, before lunch, can you just tell me quickly what is acute care devices?
Hospital monitors to check the BP, pulse rate, SpO2.
Okay. What is the difference between Deepthi? Thank you for answering it. What is the difference between acute and emergency trauma care devices? Is there a difference?
Uh,
Suppose a patient meets with an accident and you bring him in an ambulance and put him there. What sort of thing you use? Will you use this normal bed to carry the patient to the emergency ward or to the trauma ward or to the emergency care medicine? Now, latest medicine division which has come as emergency care or critical care division, which has come as a specialty in the MD, right?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dipti, can you just tell me what is the difference between acute care and emergency care, trauma care, for the benefit of all, including me?
Acute medical conditions would include conditions where
You can be slightly loud so
the
that other
treatment.
people also listen.
Sir?
Yeah.
Sir?
You can be slightly louder.
Okay, sir. Acute medical conditions would include conditions where the treatment needs to be given within a certain period of time, like suppose whether it's a myocardial infarction or CVA, where there's a time limit of either 90 minutes or 60 minutes or 6 hours for treatment.
Okay.
Trauma cases are cases where immediate treatment needs to be given to solve the immediate problems like either bleeding or a fracture, resetting, something like that. And then from there, they get shifted to the acute medical AMCU or to the other
Thank you.
departments.
Thank you, Deepthi, for making it clear. I'm sure all the other participants are listening to what Deepthi said very clearly. She said acute care devices is one thing where the time is limited, where like myocardial infarction, or where you have a uh, uh, attack where you have to have immediate attention that will need acute care devices, whereas emergency trauma care devices where immediate is an accident, where it takes a little more of time, but you have to have the equipments available in the front door to shift the patient, attend to them, whether it be orthopedician, whether it be neurosurgeon, whether a combination of a team of people who are having it, because we are seeing the incident rate of accident is going alarmingly on the higher rate in India, especially I'm in Bangalore. The rate which is going is very alarming, and I'm sure Pondicherry is no less. I don't know Deepthi is from Pondicherry or from other place, but driving a two-wheeler, driving a four-wheeler has become so panicky driven nowadays. So emergency and acute care devices, excellent. Thank you very much. And then what is the last word? Is long-term care. Where you need long-term care? Now Apurva can
Nursing
come
homes.
or Mahalakshmi can do. Where you need long-term care? Dialysis, old age. Yeah, Apurva can answer that.
Palliative care.
Yeah,
Palliative care.
okay.
Like people who want to, who are like the place where I stay, people come here to leave their bodies.
Okay.
So they stay on long-term cares. That's the immediate example I
Yeah.
can think of.
I understand in Bengal there's a major problem because the index shows medical care is very uh, low when compared to all India level of the medical care treatment. Thank
No, no,
you.
I place in I stay in Mayapur. It's
Yeah, ask
a
him
like
simple
a
question.
holy
Thank you.
place.
Or you can ask him to join in the class. Okay, no problem. Good. So now you have classified the types of medical equipments. 6 types, accept all of you. To recap, one is self care, where you do your BP and what do you call checkup like your temperature or your sugar level using acute check and things like from German. German, I would say that company was from Germany. Launched its last product launched before left the pharma industry was acute check. It's known as a German company, German German remedies. I think German remedies. Yeah, that's a company. That's self care. Then EMR, emergency and tremendous. There is electronically monitored one like EMR, ECG, and EEC, all these things. And diagnostic devices, what we said is about MRI, X-ray, and other things. Then we talk about surgical devices used in the OT, where it can be neatly sterilized, and we use scopes to find out the surgeons, especially they insert deep into the patient's body as they cannot see the human body, which can be seen by the external examination. Scoop is one instrument which needs to be carefully planned and sterilized in the OT. All of you will accept on that. So, having done that fourth point, now we discuss about the fifth point, which all of you will know, which I have given it also in the PPT. Fifth point. Can anybody help? I know we are all feeling hungry, would like to go. We're waiting when I finish it up, right? Durable and non-durable, especially physically challenged people. Now we have got a mandatory rule you have to have in the hospitals. I'm sure some of you must be knowing it. You need not have only the lift. You should have what is that? Emergency escape process. What do you call that? In a hospital, for a person to escape from emergency or a person to be taken who is physically challenged, we call that as a ramp, right? RAMP, ramp. Ramp has to be provided in the hospital. Durable medical equipments like DME, they call it durable medical equipment, like walking aids, transfer equipment, wheelchairs, all this comes under durable medical equipment. And just now we discussed about with Deepthi madam about acute and emergency, and then long-term care. Apurva could contribute something on that, and all this has to be stored properly, and storage cards has to be given. I could see during my visit to different hospitals, the cards, the people shifting the in the what do you call stretcher, the wheels are rusted, they are not greased, they make a lot of noise. A lot of care has to be taken. You know, healthcare system is a very important area where service motto and it's a lot of care has to be taken. I think it's lacking in the government of India and especially with the doctors, mainly because they're busy. It has to be taken by somebody who is not a clinician, but a non-clinician who can take care of all the administrative process. Fine? So far clear? Only go to the next point. Please, I got another 10 minutes time. Yes, please. Yeah. Medical equipment, and medical equipment, there are two types. One is known as quick and accurate diagnosis, another one is larger applicability. You have in page number 121. Since you are working in the hospital, doctors who are working in the hospital will understand what I'm going to talk. There's a list of equipments we need. So please concentrate and read this particular page from page number 121, 122. Quick and accurate diagnosis. What do you want for this? Especially lab. You want EMR. You want CBP to be done. Okay. You want the platelet counts to be checked up immediately. All these things, you have to have the lab to be ready, right? Larger applicability in the medical test in one go includes lot of things, which is listed from page number 121 to 122. You have the textbook with you, all of you? Nobody's answering. Yeah. You come to page number 121, you have the list of major electromedical devices as follows. Peripheral nerve stimulants, anesthesia pressure, you have CPR, you have vibration, you have blood pressure monitor, you have ECG machine, you have laboratory balancers, you have blood gas analysis, you have medical specimen centrifuge, animated clinical chemistry and coagulation and co-oximeters. Pulsometer was very, very popular during our COVID time. You have in page number 121 to 123, you have what are the equipments needed in a hospital, which are common. All of us know about it, right? Electrolytes analyzer, blood bank, blood, in the blood bank now, latest one is also, you can break up the blood bank to RBC, white, WBC, and platelet, and the plasma, and give it and the microscope, and optometry, osteometer, bone densitometer, you have ultrasound scanner, you have electrotherapy, you have massaging instrument, you have physiotherapy, you have endoscopy, you have blood warmer, you have infusion, you have dialysis center, you have hemodialysis, you have pulmonary, we call that pulmonary function analysis. We do that, no? Especially those who are smokers, when they come to the hospital, we do that pulmonary function test, PFT, right? So anesthetic machine, ventilators, like that. You have more than about 80 equipments are listed in the booklet. Now, what I would suggest is you need not remember all the 80. You can divide the whole 80 into 4 or 5 major heads. In anesthetic department, what you use? In cardiology department, what you use? In nephrology department, what you use? In gynecology, what you use? In common, when a patient comes with multiple symptoms of fever and other things, nausea, you need the clinical support from the pathology. So you have to have the pathology department or the laboratory facility. What is that you want? So if you can have it, I think that should cover up the entire 3 pages of what have been given in the book. Am I right? I think it will be easy for you. Luis, where are you, man? I've been searching for you. You had a comfortable lunch. I'm not talking about the different medical instruments to be available in different departments. I think this is very easy for all of you. You need any explanation on this? Unless until you tell me, go ahead, sir, we read, we'll understand, we know, I will not Go ahead. Page number 1. Yes, ma'am. Mahalakshmi madam. Thank you. Very kind of you for giving the permission. Then I can go non-electromedical equipment. What is the non-electromedical equipment? With that, I'll close this today's class. What is that non-electromedical equipment? You have got all the PPT with you now available? What non-electromedical equipment? Page number you have in 124. What is that? Can somebody tell me on seeing the? It's a bed. Yes, excellent. Yes, sir. Excellent. It's a bed. It's a bed used for the patient so that we can tilt the patient to different ways. It can be used in dermatology. It can be used in any way. Normally used in ICCU. So the major advantage of the equipments are cost effective, easy to operate, slow result, less accuracy. All these. I mean, very simple. I don't want to go deep into that. The most important thing is imported equipment. What are the things which are not available in India which we import? Page number 125. I have given that also the list of import equipment for you. I hope so. But spelling mistake was there because sorry for that because they have to give a margin for the age. Equipment planning 1. Second one also I said. Imported equipment PPT. All are having it. First slide. Can we go through? Another 5 minutes time left out for me. Imaging machines. EC, electroencephalography machines, medical ultrasound, electrosurgery devices, electrotherapy, color Doppler. These are some of the imported equipments which we have to. Now we are manufacturing in India, but it's been returned as imported because sometimes when we want a quality product, we have to go for that immediately. So the last of the chapter for the before we end the close is designing of the equipment. How do you plan the equipment? Based on waterfall model in page number, please mention this. Page number 126. Waterfall model means nothing but when a water falls, like we say in Tamil Aruvi, Kutralam Aruvi or something like that, when we say falls. So like that, the design is of a equipment planning is designed like that. What is that? Design input, design process, design output, what is the medical device input, and what is the validation, what is the user needs. This is what the explanation we have to give for designing the equipment. This is page number 126 for you, for all of your benefit. Here, like waterfall, to whom you are going to use, from where you are going to buy, what for you are going to use, which area you need to keep it. That's what you have to mention in the waterfall type of planning for equipment or medical equipment. Simple. Remember waterfall and then use it. Okay. Now the last one will be, today's class will be equipment selection. How do you do the equipment selection? First you go for what you want to buy. What sort of, you want to buy it Siemens, you want to buy it some other company. So you have to finalize the requirement and the company. And finalize what is the cost which is going to involve in finalizing it. Can we afford this year? Can we outsource it? Because most of the corporates or most of the 100-bed hospital, 50-bed hospitals are outsourcing their requirements to some other things like scanning, MRI, and all. But they can't invest so much of money. So, have you got enough budget? Finalize the budget. And you do market research. That one word we have to add in this market research. I would suggest that all of you can add one word called market intelligence. It is in page number 127, the last paragraph, which completes our session today. You can shift it to 127 page of your text material. You got it? Titi, Apurva? Yuvrani, Mahalakshmi madam,
Yes.
Gopalakrishnan, Louis sir, where are you? Having lunch? Steps in equipment selection. You have to have the flow chart. Finalize the requirement, what exactly you want. You want to have a dialysis unit, you have to have the equipment for dialysis. Is it necessary for to have dialysis unit in our specialty hospital? Can we outsource it or refer to some other hospital? So you have to critically think. That's what we call as market intelligence report. Instead of market research, please add as market intelligence report. Market intelligence report is depending on the market needs of the patient, you try to come to a conclusion. That's the latest word in management. We call it as market intelligence report, MIR. Instead of market, it's a MR. And so MR you use market intelligence report. And is it that easy to install the particular equipment in your place? That also has to be, whether it has to be transported, it will be shifted to the first floor and second floor. Is it easy? That we call that as accessibility, availability, and durability, and then the convenience. In services marketing, all of you studied a subject called services marketing. I'm not going to give any internal marks now. Tell me you have studied a subject called services marketing. In marketing management, one chapter comes services marketing. I've been telling you right from morning, we come out of services marketing and product marketing. The hospital. Yeah, Dipti, tell me, services marketing. Are we in healthcare services? We come out of services marketing or product marketing? Services marketing. Okay. What is the difference between product marketing and services marketing? In product marketing, we talk about product, the price, the place, promotion, 4. Whereas in services marketing, we talk 3 more points important, 7 P's, which I told you long time back. Again, I repeat, in service, healthcare industry is a services product, tourism industry is healthcare, when the education is services marketing, and leisure tourism is healthcare marketing, medical tourism is again services marketing. So services marketing, and you have the facilities management like hotel, restaurants, everything, that's also service marketing. You have 3 P's are very important, which I told you long time back. You recall and recollect, others I'll repeat it. 1 is process, yeah, Maharashmi, right? Evidence, and then people, process, and physical. 3, all the 3. Okay, people who are involved, they should be good. You go to Apollo, you go to Malar Hospital. You see the appearance, you see the way in which people receive you. You see the nurses, they're neatly dressed and things like that. You see the doctors coming with Apollo apron and things like that. So the people and the process. I'm sure you will be studying a subject called Hospital Information System, HIS, whether it's part of the syllabus or not, I don't know, but it's the latest one. All departments are integrated. Sitting in your own room, you know what's happening to the lab and the lab report. What's happening in the radiology report. You want the scan report, it comes online. So it's in HIS. Like MIS, you got HIS. Like HRIS, Human Resource Information System, you got Hospital Information System, which may be part of the syllabus. I won't know. I don't want to step into the area where it's not part of it. So you have to have a market intelligence report about what services the patient wants. They want quick response whenever the patient is good. And the installation of the medical equipment, what you have got, should be very easy. And I know many of you should. You install a scanner, you have MRI, that will not work. The fuse will not work, something will not work. All this problem is available because of main thing is service. Service plays a very important. Whether you've got AMC for the product, lift will go up to 3rd floor, stop. Don't have AMC, annual maintenance contract, right? AMC is what we call that. Any product is a high worthy network product, you should have AMC, annual maintenance contract. Even I would say, right from the lift, right from the machine which you use it for cleaning the floor, you have to have annual maintenance contract. And even the STP plant which you have got in the hospital should have annual maintenance contract, so that you outsource it wherever you are not competent enough. I'm very sorry to use the word. The doctors are not competent enough to have area of all the areas. So what you do is outsource it. Gardening is not your prime area. It's not your core competency. You outsource it. STP, you outsource it. Okay, you the waste disposal, you outsource it. So after sales service, when you're not in a position to do it, you enter the AMC with the company is supplying your goods, which are material like equipments, and then you complete your cycle of equipment selection and maintenance for the bit. Will that be all right for today? So next class onwards, I would like to do a little bit of exercise with you all. We have the DDA has taken a lot of steps in having self-assessment questions, summary, and terminal questions. We have not tried to answer for all these things. So after completing my 8th and 9th, right, the unit, now 7th is over. Are you all clear that I'm 7th chapter I have completed? Medical equipments? Yes or no? None for lunch. Yeah, you have completed 7. Now 8th, I'll complete tomorrow. 8th and 9th, I'll try to complete tomorrow. Next week, if the DDE gives me permission and my convener and coordinator gives me permission, I will start revising from Unit 1. Unit 1, important questions where the answer lies, and the PPT. It will be like, ready-made halwa. You just pick it up and swallow it and go. Because people have expressed in the group their strain what you are undergoing because of the workload what you got at the hospital and the workload of having the examination of the project together. I could understand your difficulty. I would like to cooperate with you, coordinate with you, help you out to come out with flying colors. So these are the steps I have as an individual. Each faculty differs in different matter. So will that be all right for all of you? You feel anything else to be improved from my way of explanation, I can always change it. Okay, Apurva has okayed it. Thanks for Didi ji. कहाँ से Bangladesh, West Bengal से. Part A and Part B, we didn't get previous question in the website. Yeah, sorry, Ivarani, there you check in the group. There is one question paper which has been released. Are you part of the group? MBA Hospital Management. Yeah, you got it. You know, what is that they've asked? They asked for inventory control. Whatever you discussed 2017, okay. Now you do one thing. If you are from Pondicherry, you go directly to DD. Go to the administrative office. You take the permission to the OM. You ask for permission for taking photocopies of the last 4-year questions of MBA Hospital Management of the 4th semester. They will oblige you. You have the coordinators, you have the director available, you have the deputy director available, you have the OM available, you have the coordinator available. Please request them. Don't hurry them because they have got their own responsibilities. They have to take care of the entire country. They have lots of programs running around, right? Please go to the library where you have, with the help, you have to take the permission, right? You take the permission, take a photocopy and circulate it in the group. That's the easy way. If you can answer 3-4 years questions properly, part A and part B, you will be through. Okay, I will be giving you some important questions depending on the time allotted to me. Okay. Will that be all right to all of you? Diti, Apurva, Lavanya, Mahalakshmi Madam? I think those who are close to the university, those who can afford to go on a working day, go in the morning at 9:30, 10, especially on a Friday, auspicious day, go and meet the director or deputy director or the OM, ask for permission, then they will direct you. One person take the photocopy of all the copies of 4 years or 3 years of 4th semester for all the subject, circulate it to the group and ask for the concerned faculty any of the doubts what you have got. But this is the first MBA HM batch, so not many previous batches. Okay. This is the first batch, second batch, I think, if I'm not mistaken. First batch is cleared. Dr. Mohan was my first batch student. Anyway, I'll check up. I'll check up from my source also. I'm coming to Pondicherry on 18th. I'll try to make a visit to the university. But I'll try to do one thing. To help you out, I can give you questions from important questions from each unit. Okay, to solve this A part and B part. Will that be all right? Simple, yeah. Whatever we are talking about is very, very easy for you. So I try to help you out in that, right? Yeah. Thanks a lot for being with me in the afternoon. Have a nice lunch and I'll sign off from my today's session. Tomorrow will be afternoon session, post-lunch session for me. So you come prepared totally for the eighth, yeah, eighth chapter. We can finish the eighth and ninth. We'll finish up tomorrow. Okay, and then we'll start from the first unit. Many of you have missed out logistics, definition of logistics, material management, vendor management. All these things will again we'll rewrite all things so that we can catch up. It all depends again the time given by the directorate for me for completing my syllabus. So hope the directorate helps me and the coordinator helps me and give me another additional couple of hours to complete next week, and you go totally equipped to the examination. Don't have very fair complex. Somebody has accepted, Ditya has expressed some doubts about I'm afraid of because semester is coming fast. Don't get afraid. Face it boldly. We are here to help you out. Okay. All the best for all of you. Thanks a lot. I'm signing out. Have a nice lunch and attend the post lunch session. Bye then. Anything else you want to ask before I sign off? You can type it. Feel free. Thank you, Luis. Yeah, joined late, but you're good, kind enough, right? The Mahalakshmi madam. Yeah, others I think they have gone off already. Verania, Apurva, fine. Apurva is always participating in Calcutta in spite of all this. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon and bye. See you tomorrow.
Director sir, can you please give me the email ID again, which you gave yesterday? I somehow misplaced it. Can you please give again?
Good afternoon, one and all. In last class, we have seen about isolation and immunization, and today we'll be discussing about three topics. Number one is communication system. Number two, public health service system, and health policies and strategies. Right, we'll go one by one. The first is communication system. What is a communication? It is a transactional process to create meaning, or we can say it is the ability to send and receive messages. There are five elements in a communication system. That is, first one is sender. That is, those who communicate the information. That is person who transmit the message. And second thing is message, information, what we are going to convey. And third one is a receiver. That is a person who's going to receive that message. And after receiving it, whether they have received properly or not, what the sender is going to convey the message that have received properly or not. That is a feedback. This evaluation to ensure message what was understood. And next is channel. That is medium by which the message is sent. That is to whether it is through a verbal conversation or formal or informal, and which channel it has been conveyed. These are the five elements for a communications process. In a healthcare system, for communication, for an effective communication, there are certain criteria. What are those? That is, one is greeting and establishing a rapport. Um, that is maintaining a good relationship. That is understanding the situation and listening to the patient in a very patient manner, patiently, and having a favorable body language. This will include the way we dress up, sitting posture, and eye contact, and showing empathy to the patient, and not using unnecessary medical terminologies, because we as a healthcare workers will know the medical terminologies, but the public or have a patient doesn't know the medical terminologies, right? So they should not use unnecessary medical terminologies, and not being judgmental, and clearing the doubts and confirming whether they have any question or not, at last greeting and thanking them, right? Next is, what are the five rules to be an effective communication is: first, the message should be very clear. And number two is, the sender must deliver the message clearly and concisely. They should not, it should be very brief, and it should not confuse the receiver. And the receiver must be able to hear and receive the message. And receiver must be able to understand the message given by the sender, and there should not be any interruption or distraction. This should be avoided so that the sender can uh, communicate the information to the receiver without any confusion, so that the receiver also understand the information given by sender. Right. In healthcare information, this information can be subjective or objective. What is subjective? Subjective is nothing but their symptoms. That is, when a patient comes and consults a doctor, what will be the role of the this doctors? They will note down, right, what are the symptoms they have faced, um, and then how long it has been prolonged. No, so by oral conversation, that all includes a subjective, that is symptoms. It cannot be seen, only it can be felt, and often it is called as symptoms. And usually statements or complaints from the patient side. And this is very important, because whatever the patient say, that exact word should be noted by the doctor, physician. And this is the example, that is, the patient say that my tummy hurts, and there is a sore on chest pain. So these are all the examples for subjective. Next is objective. That is, we diagnose the patient, right? That is their pulse rate, and then heart rate, everything. And then BP, blood pressure, that we all check, right? That is objective. That is, there is a pulse rapid or irregular, or there is no respiration, or skin cold. So these all includes the objective. And this communication will have a direct impact on the patient safety. Why? Because when a patient complains about what they feel, that is, if they have what are the symptoms they face, and based on that, and also based on the diagnosis, the treatment will be given. So the information should be given clearly by the patient, and the doctor should understand what the patient has said. So if that conversation is without any confusion, if the doctor understands, then there will be no confusion in treatment, and there exists a patient safety. So for that, there is a ISBAR, that is I stands for identification, which patient, and for patient which staff is to be identified. And next is situation, and what is the condition of the disease condition. And B is background, that is reviewing the patient about the patient history, their heredity, and whether they have any comorbidity condition, and what kind of treatment and what the medicine they are taking. And A stands for assessment, that is what are the symptoms they have faced, and whether they have pain or not, that they're recording those. Then R stands for recommendation, that is after diagnosing and collecting the information from patients and giving the treatment, right? These are the 5 steps for a safe communication, and also to maintain a good patient safety. This conversation may be verbal or non-verbal. That is, before a healthcare worker performs starts a procedure to treat a patient, first they should inform the patient regarding what is the exact condition, and what we have to do. That is, what treatment is to be given, and how it will be given, and how long it is going to take. So everything should be explained to the patient. So, verbal communication can be used by the patient to inform the healthcare workers how they are feeling and what concerns they have, and any other questions the patients may have. So, verbal communication will be from the patient. And non-verbal is through action. That is, the physician is giving that that the physician takes care of the patient. That will be a non-verbal communication. That is through eye contact. Next, there are two communication, that is formal and informal. This formal communication is will be from the physician, from the doctor's side. That is, the doctor will be explaining, or from the hospital side, from organization side, they will be explaining what are the policies, what are the rules and regulation to be followed inside the organization. So that will be through the verbal, or sorry, that will be through formal communication. And the informal communication is nothing but collecting the data from patients, that is their patient's history, what are the symptoms they face, how long they are facing. That will be through informal communication. Next is about technology aided, that is not all patients are able to communicate on their own. So in that condition, technology aided substance is used in order to communicate with the patients. Say for example, patients who are unable to speak may type their thoughts into a computer that announces them aloud. Next, signs and there are many signs and symptoms in hospital. We all would have noticed it. So if the patient understands those signs and symptoms, it's okay. If it is not, if they couldn't understand, and it will be the duty of the responsibility of the healthcare workers to explain to the patient. And there is also a signature system, that is, we have seen many images, right, that there is where to collect the blood collection, and where to dressing should be done, where the patient should go and consult a doctor, and where the pharmacy will be, and where the x-ray to be taken, and everything will be given in this images. Next is through telephone system. That is, it is not only the conversation between the patient and doctor, but also between the doctors. That is, if a patient going and consulting with the cardiologist, and also they have any orthopedics to be contacted, then they can have a conversation through telephones. And if in case of need of any blood, so they can contact through this one, through telephone. And also in case of if they need any organ, so everything can be consulted through telephone. In case if a junior doctor need a consultation with the senior doctor, they can instead of meeting in person, if the senior doctor is not currently available, so in that case they can contact and they can clarify the doubts. And also during this pandemic, this telephone contacts have been has become very familiar. That is, a patient gets a call, make a call to a doctor and says the symptoms, these are the condition. So temporarily, at night time, if they develop any symptoms, if they are not feeling well now, they can just make a call and get for remedy for the like a first aid, and for next morning they can go and visit the doctors. These all can be done through telephone. And there is also a color code for say for red it represents fire, for blue it is cardiac arrest, and orange for disaster, green evacuation, likewise for yellow, amber, black, white and brown, gray and pink. For every color there is which will represent respectively. And there are some special situation also. In what are the special situation? That is breaking a bad news. That is anything they are given for test, say for example dengue they have given, it gives positive, they should be informed in a very formal manner. That is, they should not that is they should say it very politely. They should not that is, the patient should not be afraid of the result. So they should say it politely and very calmly. They should first they should make a patient make the patient to sit calm and they say the result, and disclosing any death, and handling a aggressive patient or the family. So in case of any death, the family definitely they will be become aggressive, so the healthcare worker should handle that situation. Next, communication is in case of emergencies or disaster, and disclosure of any adverse event, and managing a angry employee, because out of frustration the employee may get angry. So in that case, the surrounding healthcare workers should handle that situation. Next, handling patient staff arguments. So if there is any argument between the staffs and the patient, then the higher official should come and solve the issue. Next, what is a protocol for announcing for breaking the bad news? That is, who's responsible person to handle it? That is a doctor who's handling the who have handled the patient should is responsible for say to convey the news. So first they should understand the situation, what is the condition, and then they should not leave the news just in a corridor or not. No, they should be sit in a room, in a confidential room, and they should first the doctor should convey the information regarding the condition of the patient, that is about the disease, whether it is a deadly disease or it can be treated or not, or it going to end up in death, or everything should be explained to the patient, and at last the information should be given to that is the news should be given to patient, right? And what are the plans should be carried out in future, that also should be explained to the patient by the doctor. And the doctor should be the doctor will be who have handled the patient is responsible for explaining all these criteria. And everywhere there will be a barrier, that is communication barrier. It may be due to many reasons, that is the patient may not have the interest, or the patient may have the hearing disability. So everything will play a will act as a barrier in communication between a patient and a healthcare worker. But the main thing will be a communication, that is language barrier will be a main thing. Because if a doctor converses with a patient in English, if the patient is educated, they will understand. If they are not uneducated, they know only their mother tongue. So in that case, the doctor should be in position to explain to them in their mother language. Next is unacceptable behavior. That is like alcohol and smoking at workspace, abusing a patient, inappropriate behavior with women, employee fighting in corridor, and disrespect to any religion, and any behavior violating the patient patient right, and talking bad about professional colleague of same or different specialty, and talking bad about alternate approved system of medicine, corruption. And these behaviors, if these behaviors are made by a healthcare workers, then the management should ensure that a disciplinary action is taken against the staff for displaying the unacceptable behavior. And if these things are happen from patient, and same the management should take necessary steps against that patient. How can that is how to be how a organization can make an effective communication. That is, first they should educate their staffs how to handle a patient, how to communicate with the patient, how to communicate with their senior staffs, and how to communicate with other departments in the hospital. So first they have to educate their staffs, and then they should monitor how they are behaving after learning how they are behaving. But everything cannot be learned at a single point, right? Through experience they will be learning it, so they should be learning should be constant. And by this way, that is by gaining the knowledge and by monitoring it, they can have a good communication practice. So everything comes through practice. And next topic is public health service system. What is the purpose of healthcare? The purpose of healthcare service is to improve the health status of a population. The characteristics of a good health services is, for it should be comprehensive, accessible, that is it should be accessible to the all public, and it is should be accepted by the public, and provide scope for community participation, and available at a cost that the country as well as the community can afford. That is, the service offered by the healthcare system should be affordable by the public. And healthcare system is intended to deliver the healthcare services. That is, healthcare system is to provide a good health to the society. In India, it is represented by 5 major sectors, or we can say it as agency, which differ from each other by health technology, that is based on the technology availability and the fund availability. There are 5 agencies in India. What are those? Number one is public health sectors. That is, it includes public health, that is primary health centers, Anganwadi, ASHA, ICDS. That is, ICDS stands for Integrated Child Development Services, and ASHA is nothing but accredited social health activist. These all comes under public health sectors. And then private sectors is nothing but private clinics and nursing homes. These all comes under private sectors. Next is indigenous system of medicine. It includes Ayush, Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani. This all comes under indigenous system of medicine. Next is voluntary health agencies and health national health programmers. In public health centers, it includes primary health care. In that, primary health centers and also sub centers are available. And this also includes hospitals and health centers. In hospitals and health centers include community health centers, rural hospitals, district hospitals, and our health center, any specialized hospital, and teaching hospitals. That is giving information or giving knowledge to the public regarding the health system. Next, about health insurance and scheme, that we'll be discussing in next topic, that is health policies. So we that is for different employees, for government employees, what kind of schemes are available, that we will be discussing in health policy. Next, about other agencies like defense services and railways. Even in railways we have health care system. And private sector includes private hospitals, clinics, nursing homes, dispensaries, and general practitioner and clinics. Next, indigenous system of medicine includes Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, Tibi, homeopathy, and also yoga. Everything it includes. And fourth and fifth will be voluntary health agencies and national health programs. In that, first is primary health care. That is, India has launched this rural health scheme in the year 1977 with the aim placing uh, people's health in people's hand. So to implement this scheme, the following schemes are in operation. That is, what are those four schemes? Village health guide scheme, training of local diets. This diets will be playing a major role in mostly in village sites. They are responsible for deliveries of women um, in villages, because deliveries going in villages, in most of the villages, the deliveries are occurring at house, so they will be taking care of it. And ICDS scheme, that is integrated child development services. Next is ASHA scheme, that is accredited social health activist scheme. Next, in the number one is village health guides, and it is a person within a who will serve as a social service, and he's not a full time government service. Right, this scheme was introduced in 1977 October month, and this village health guide will provide the first contact between the individual and the healthcare system. And what are the guidelines for selecting this person? That is village health guide. That is, they should be permanent residents of the local community, and mostly they will be preferring for women. They should be able to read and write and having minimum formal education, at least up to 6th standard. That is, they should read and write and also understand the concept. They should be acceptable to all section of the society. They should be able to spare at least 2 to 3 hours every day for community health work. And after selection, the health guide undergoes a short training in primary health care. They should undergo training. And during the training will be for 200 hours, and for a period of 3 months. And during the training period, they'll get a stipend of 200 every month. On completion of the training, they receive a manual and the kit of simple medicine belonging to both the modern, that is allopathic, and as well as traditional medicine. And they are free to attend their normal vacation. And for their work, they are paid of rupees 50 per month, and for the drugs, 600 per annum. And at present, there are 3.23 lakh of village health guide, and the national target is to achieve one village health guide for 1,000 rural population. Next, about local dyers. Most of the deliveries in rural are handled by untrained dyers, so the government takes necessary steps to train these dyers. The extensive program has been taken that is the rural health scheme, to train the local dyers so that they can means they play a role in aseptic delivery system, that is so that there will not be mortality rate for the infant. So for them, the training will be for 30 working days, and during the training they'll get a stipend of 300. And during their training period, they should conduct at least 2 deliveries under the guidance of and supervision of healthcare workers or ANM. And so that by getting training, they can reduce the death of infants, and also for safe and hygienic condition for delivery. Then, after successful completion of training, each dias is provided with a delivery kit and a certificate. And these dias are also expected to play a vital role in propagating a small family norms, because they have become very familiar with the village people. That is, they are very familiar with the public. And that is, the dias will be a part-time worker, and they'll get a honorarium of rupees 1,500 per month for their service. And their work includes health checkup, immunization, supplementary nutrition, health education, and non-formal preschool education and referral services. Right. Next is about Anganwadi workers. Under ICDS scheme, there is a Anganwadi worker for population. That is one Anganwadi worker for 1,000 population. And ICDS, again I'm repeating it, the full form of ICDS is Integrated Child Development Services. And there are about 100 such workers in each ICDS project. And there are about, that is till date, there are about 5,959 ICDS blocks functioning throughout in our country. An Anganwadi worker is selected from the community and she is expected to serve for the public. And this Anganwadi workers are the primary link with the health services and other services for the young children, and for the women between the age of 15 to 45 years. And next is about ASHA. ASHA, that is accredited social health activist. Right. Government has launched a National Rural Health Mission in the year 2005 in April month in order to improve the quality of life of the citizen. So the main aim of this NRHM, that is National Rural Health Mission, is to provide accessible, affordable, accountable, effective, and reliable primary health care through creation of, that is to provide affordable, that is the public should get the resource, all the resources that is provided by the government. It should be all affordable to the public. Next, this Asha, that is mainly Asha is a woman, and they should be a resident of the village, and women should be the age between 25 to 45 years, and they should have a formal education up to class 8, and the person can be married, widow, or divorced, anything. And in general, one Asha is for 1,000 population, and Asha will take steps to create awareness and provide information to the community and determinants of health information on existing health services and need for timely utilization of health and family welfare services. And the role of the Asha is should educate the women for giving birth, that is should educate the women regarding the birth and importance and safe delivery, breastfeeding and complementary feeding, immunization, contraception, and prevention of common infection, including STD, that is sexually transmitted disease, and care of a young child. Asha will provide primary medical care for minor ailments like diarrhea, fever, and first aid for minor injuries. And at sub-center level, that is sub-center level, it is a peripheral outbox of existing health delivery system in rural areas. That is sub-center is available at a rural level. That is, they are being established on the base of one HSC for 5,000 population. That is, one HC is nothing but health sub-center. One health sub-center is for 5,000 population, and one for 3,000 population in hilly region. That is, in generalized in rural areas, it is one health sub-center for 5,000. In case of hilly region or tribes or backward areas, it is for 3,000 population. And this was established in the year 2008, and there are up to 1,46,036 sub-centers were established in the country. Right. And the sub-center provides interface with the community at the grassroots level and providing all primary healthcare services to the public. And the role of this health sub-center is to immunization, natal and postnatal care, prevention of malnutrition, common childhood disease, family planning services, and counseling. Everything, these are all the roles of health sub-center. And generally, in health sub-center, there will be two candidates. One is female and another one is male candidate. And female health worker is known as auxiliary nurse midwife, ANM, and one male health worker known as multi-purpose worker. Right. These all comes under the category of primary health care or primary health center. What are its function? That is to provide medical care to the patients or to the public, and also giving knowledge about family planning and ensuring the safe water supply and basic sanitation, and prevention and control of communicable disease, and collecting and reporting of vital statistics, that is what is the birth rate and death rate, and also any person who have any comorbidity condition and what are the medicine they are taking. These statistics are taken by the healthcare workers at primary health centers. So they'll come in person to every house and they'll be collecting the data. And next is educating about the health and national health programs as relevant, and referral services and training of health guides, health workers and local diets and health assistants, and also basic laboratory services, that is checking of blood pressure, then sugar test, everything. These all the basic laboratory services, and also checking hemoglobin, everything comes under this laboratory services. And in case of in pandemic condition, even COVID test also carried out at this one in primary center. And now currently in Pondicherry, dengue cases is slightly rising. So whoever comes to primary health centers with fever, they are taking test for dengue. And next about health policy. Actually, so far they have taken means they have implemented three policies. One at 1983, and second policy at 2002, and currently up 2017 they have implemented. Till now we are following it. Okay. What is health policy? Health policy is, it is defined as a law, regulation, action and decision implemented within society in order to promote wellness and ensure that specific health goals are met. That is, in order to meet the health goals, they have framed some rules and regulations and also some policies and health schemes. These all includes a health policy. Right. In the year 1978, firstly, WHO and UNICEF jointly they have conducted an international conference, and in the conference, the main aim is to provide health to all, because there was a discrimination between developing and developed countries. So they have jointly taken a decision that everyone should get equal. That is, everyone should get health benefits. Everyone should get. So that was the aim of this international conference, joint international conference. Next. And in India, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, this Government of India, evolved a national health policy in 1983, and it is applicable up to 2002. So India has its first national health policy in 1983, that is after uh, 36 years of independence. And this policy mainly focuses on prevention, promotive, public health, and rehabilitation aspects of healthcare. And it also uh, focuses on primary healthcare services to reach the population in the remote area of the country. And it was critical of curative oriented Western model, that is not only about traditional system but also Western culture, and also expansion of private curative sectors, which would reduce the burden of government. That is not only sticking to government aided organization, but it also encourages private sectors in order to reduce the burden of government. But by the end of 2000, it was clear that the goals of health was not met. That is what was not achieved. Why? Because of biased and poor socio-economic development in the region where it was needed the most, and discriminatory policies due to age, gender, ethnicity, thus preventing access to healthcare surveillance. That is, they have framed in the year 1983, and it is applicable up to 2002. But in 2000, they came to know that they did not achieve what are the criteria they have planned. It was not achieved. So again, they have revised the policy in the year 2002. So the main goal of this policy is to provide healthcare services to large group rather than a small group. So this was a aim of National Health Policy 2002. And norms of healthcare provision, that is, we have many councils like Indian Medical Council, Indian Nursing Council, Pharmacy Council. So all the councils were implemented in this year. And education for healthcare profession also introduced, and many specialists, oncologists, cardiologists, everything, it came into limelight. And delivery of national public programs, that is, awareness program and training programs are all started here. And it mainly focused on urban area. In that, it was two tiers. In first tier is considered about primary center, that it concentrates about 1 lakh population. So it functions as a OPD facility, and it provides essential drug, and it will carry out national health programs. And second is about general hospital, as a referral to the primary, that is, reference from the primary center, they will be going to a general hospital, and it will have the facility for accident, in accident case, that is, in case of severe condition, it will be treated in second tier, in order to reduce the mortality rate. And here it uses generic drugs, and enforcement of quality standards for food and drug, that is, it came into FSSI guidelines. And regulation of standards in paramedical discipline, and providing medical facilities to users over the seas, because everyone will come to India. Why? Because um, we have giving health services, medical services at affordable, and it is also very quality when compared to other countries. And then next, again, it has been revised in 2017. So for draft for National Health Policy 2070 was received in February 2016, and it got approval in 15th March, on 15th March 2017. The main objective of this policy is to achieve highest possible level of good health and well-being through preventive and promotive healthcare orientation in all development policies, to achieve universal access to good quality healthcare services without anyone having to face financial hardship as a consequence. That is, the main aim of this healthcare policy is to provide healthcare to all at the same time, since there is the encouragement of private sector. So in that case, they should not the public should not face a difficulty in paying the bills at private sector. So they have introduced many schemes, so that they get that is, the public gets benefited. So what are its goals and targets? That is to increase the life expectancy, that is from 67 to 70 years by 2025, and also to reduce the mortality rate under 5, and to reduce the infant mortality rate by 2008 19, and to achieve and maintain, that is, tuberculosis. In case of tuberculosis, the recovery rate should be greater than, that is, cure rate should be greater than 85%, and by 2023 it should be eliminated. That is the aim of this policy under 2000, that is National Health Policy 2017. And also to increase the health expenditure by the government by 2025. What are its salient features? So it seeks, that is, to strengthen the role of government for holistic development of health sector, and also assures availability of free and comprehensive primary health care for all aspects of reproductive, maternal, child, adolescence health, and for most prevalent communicable and non-communicable and occupational diseases in the population. Next is towards urban health. The policy lays emphasis on addressing the primary healthcare needs. That is both in slum areas are also in urban areas. What are the policy? The policy supports pluralism and advocates access to Ayush remedies. That is not only concentrating on modern medicine, but also it encourages Ayush system of medicine, and also it also encourages the doctor to carry out their services at in rural areas, and takes specific measures in provisionizing and delivery of services to take care of special health needs of tribal and socially vulnerable population groups. So it also encourages the doctors to service for tribal people and also vulnerable population groups, and also at rural areas, that is at village areas. And in order to improve the environment health, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan has been introduced. Balanced healthy diets and regular exercise. That is, there are many centers, that is, yoga centers have come even at in primary health center. Periodic, every that is weekly once they will be coming. The person will be coming and explaining, and also they will be giving practice to the public. Those who have interested, they can come and join it. Right. Next is addressing tobacco, alcohol, and substance abuse that should be avoided. And Yatri Suraksha, that is preventing death due to rail and road traffic accident. Next, Nirbhaya Nari, action against gender violence and reduces and improved safety in the workplace, and reducing indoor and outdoor air pollution. In that, first scheme is Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana, and it is a centrally sponsored scheme, and it is implemented by Ministry of Labor and Employment from 2008 under Unorganized Workers Social Security Act 2008 to provide health insurance coverage to below poverty line families. Initially, it was implemented to below poverty line families, but later they have extended to 11 category unorganized workers. What are those? Who are those? Now? Construction workers, domestic workers, sanitation workers, mine workers, licensed railway porters, street vendors, BD workers, rickshaws, and auto taxi, everything it will come under. That is not only the below poverty line families, but these 11 category workers also will come under this scheme. So this scheme has been transferred to the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare with the effect from April 2015. Right. Each family should enroll in this scheme and get a benefit up to 30,000 per annum. This includes maternity benefits on a family basis. This is applicable in government hospitals and also public hospitals. And the pre-existing condition are covered from day one, and there is no age limit to apply. And transportation cost up to 100 is also provisionalized under the scheme. That is not only for treatment, but also to transport from their home, that is from their house to the hospital. That transportation is also they have given, that will comes under this scheme. Next scheme is about senior citizen health insurance. That is, it is implemented with effect from April 2016, and it provides an insurance cover to senior citizen, that is age of say 30, 60 years and above. Right. And it provides an enhanced coverage up to 30,000 per month, sorry, per year, per annum. And this is, that is which family is eligible, and the family which is eligible only eligible under this scheme, that is the senior citizen whose whose family is eligible under this category can get benefited through this scheme. And this coverage of all pre-existing diseases and provides only for secondary care hospitalization procedures. And next is National Health Protection Scheme, that is Ashman Bharat scheme. This under the scheme, the government ensure that it will cover over 10 crore of uh, poor and vulnerable families by providing up to 5 lakhs for each family per year for a secondary and tertiary hospitalization. This Ayushman Bharat National Health Protection Scheme will include the already existing Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana and also Senior Citizen Health Insurance Scheme. It also comes under this scheme, and this scheme is very easy to apply, and it is simple registration process, and beneficiary can be uh, easy easily available and cashless benefit. That is, they will be, after applying for this scheme, they will be giving a card, and with help of that card, we don't need to pay the amount, and the money will not be transaction to us. With the help of that card, they can get treatment from hospital, in any private government hospital in a nation, right? So today we have seen discussed about 3 topics. So we'll just revise it. First, we have seen what is a communication. It's ability to send and receive messages, and we have seen about the 5 elements of communication. That is, it includes sender, message, receiver, and the feedback and the channel. And what are the characteristics to have a effective communication? And the 5 rules of effective communication, it includes the message should be clear, and sender must deliver the message clearly and concisely, and receiver must be able to hear and receive the message, and receiver must be able to understand the message, and interruption or distraction should be avoided. So these are the 5 rules for effective communication. And in case of healthcare information, there are the information of 2 types. One may be subjective, or other will be objective. Subjective, it cannot be seen, it won't be felt, it's nothing but symptoms, and usually it is from the patient side. And next is objective, is nothing but what we diagnosis. And for safe communication, we got is but, that is identification, situation, background, assessment, and recommendation. Next, there are 2 types of communication. One is verbal communication and non-verbal communication. Verbal communication will be from patient side, and non-verbal is through action. And before starting any treatment, the physician should explain all the details. That is, what treatment to be given and how long the duration, everything be explained to the patient before starting the procedure. And the communication can be a formal or informal communication. Formal communication includes will be from physician side. That is, they will be explaining about the policies and rules and regulation frame of the organization, will be explained to the patient by the organization member or the physician. And informal communication is getting the data from the patients, that is their history, whether they have had comorbidity condition, everything is noted, right? That is through informal communication. And next is technology aided. The patients who cannot speak, with the help of technology, they can communicate with the physician. Then signs and symbols, and they are signature system, that is where the collection of, that is pathology, where the collection of the blood, and where the dressing is done, where the injection is to and everything is done through images. And through telephone context, that is between the doctors, or between the organization, and also between patient and physician. All conversation can be done through telephone, and there is a specific color code for everything. And special situation like breaking bad news, disclosing death, handling of aggressive patient or family, and communication in case of emergency. And this all some of the special situation. And in case of breaking bad news, the concerned person, that is the physician who's giving treatment to a particular patient, will be responsible in explaining the situation, and should understand the condition of the patient, and need to reveal the news to the patient and to the family also. And there are some of the communication barriers. The mental state, illness, everything it includes, and the major barrier is the language barrier. And unacceptable behavior both from staff side. If it's from staff side, the management should take disciplinary action against the staff. And if it is against it is from a patient side, again the management should take necessary steps against the patient. So this is the protocol that is for effective communication. First, the organization should educate their staff, and they should be monitored, and the staff should constantly learn the process, so that at the end we'll get good communication practice. Next, about healthcare services. Um, there are 5 agencies in our country. One is public health sector, private sector, indigenous system of medicine, voluntary health agency, national health programs. In public health sector, first is primary health care. That is primary health centers, and some centers are available. Next is hospitals and centers. Next, health insurance and schemes, and other agencies. Like private sector include hospitals, clinics, nursing homes, dispensaries, and practitioners. And indigenous system of medicine includes Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, and homeopathy. Next, primary healthcare was first that is um, government of India has launched a rural health scheme in the year 1977 with the principle of placing people's health in people's hand. So they have introduced a 4 scheme. One is Village Health Guide Scheme, training of local diets, ICDS scheme, and ASHA scheme. ICDS is another Integrated Child Development Services, and ASHA stands for Accredited Social Health Activist. Uh, so the role of a village health guide is to provide health services to rural people, that is village people, and it was introduced in 1977 October 1977. So they provide a first contact between the individual and the health system. So what are the criteria to select village health guides? Is they should be a resident of the community. Mostly they will be preferring the women. So they should have the minimum qualification of 6th standard. That is, they should read and write, and they should understand the concept. Okay, and also they should be accepted by the society. So they should spend at least 2 to 3 hours every day, and they will be giving training at primary health centers. And during the training period will be up to 3 months, and during the training they will have a stipend of 200 per month. And after completion, they will be giving the kit for simple medicine, both for modern as well as traditional medicine. And also for their work, for their service, they'll get honorarium of rupees 500 per month, and for drugs it is 600 per annum, right? Next, about dice, because um, because in most of the deliveries or occur or handled by this dice. So because they are not trained, so government takes necessary step in training them. So their work is to give knowledge, that is they will be getting knowledge about maternal and child health, sterilization, and obstetric skills also. And they'll get a training for a period of 30 working days, and during their uh, training they will get a stipend of 300. And during their training, at least they should handle 2 deliveries under the guidance of ANM and healthcare workers. And also they should learn about during delivery how hygienic, because hygiene under aseptic condition the delivery should occur, so that they can reduce the mortality rate of infants, right? And after the training is completed, they will be giving a delivery kit. and they'll get a honorarium of rupees 1500 per month, and they will be considered as a part-time workers. And in addition to it, they workers to carry out health checkup, immunization, supplementary nutrition and education, and everything is given by the dice. Right. Next is about what we saw is Anganwadi workers. This is for one Anganwadi is for 1,000 population. Right. They will be working on an ICDS project. So currently there are 5,959 ICDS blocks are in our country. Right. They will be mostly concentrating on primary, that is they'll give up health services to young children and also to the women between the age of 15 to 45 years, and also to the adolescent girls. And next we have discussed about Aisha, that is accredited social health activist. And India has launched a national rural health mission in order to improve the quality of the citizens, right? So this all the main aim of this NRHM is to provide accessible and affordable health services to the public. So this is for criteria. That is, what are the criteria to be an ASHA is they should be a resident of the village, and that is they will be preferring only the women, right? The women should be aged between 25 to 45 years. They can be married, widow or divorced, and the educational qualification at least they should be 8 class 8, right? This is we have all seen this. Next we saw about sub center levels, that is health sub centers. That is one health sub centers for 5,000 population in case of village. When it comes to hilly region or tribal, one health sub center for 3,000 population. So it was launched in that is it was established in March 2008, right? And this the role of health sub center is will deal with immunization, malnutrition, uncommon childhood diseases and family planning service. Everything will come under this category, right? Next then we saw about what are the functions of primary health centers, and we saw about health policies. There are three policies. First, they have established in 1983. That has been last to 2002. Since it was not met, what are the plan they have made? It was not met. It was not achieved. So they have again revised the health policy in 2002, and again they have revised in 2007. Until now, we are following it. So first, the international covenant between WHO and UNICEF. So with the aim is health for all. So since there was a discrimination between between developing and developed country, so uh, they have arranged international conference, and with the aim that all health services should be given to all. Right. In that, we saw in 1983 first policy, and second policy is at 2002, and third policy is 2017. Right. And we saw about goals and targets, its salient features, and environmental for health. And in schemes, we have seen four schemes. First one is Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana, then Senior Citizen Health Insurance Scheme, next National Health Protection Scheme. Right. Thank you, everyone. Any doubt? Any doubts? Thank you. So we have completed this pencil. Three more topics. That is population policy will be discussing in next class, and then district health organization and regionalization of healthcare. Thereby, this fifth unit will be completed. Right. In next class, we will complete all the three topics. So far we have completed emergency epidemic management system, safety system, immunization and isolation system, communication system. That is today we have completed communication system, public health service system, health and population policy. That is we have completed health policy. In next class we will be discussing about population policy, district health organization and regionalization of healthcare. Right? Any doubts? Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes,
Is my slide visible?
yes,
Is my slide changing?
yes.
Thank you very much. So kind of you. So today we are going to deal one very short topic, but it is a very important topic. The chances are this topic can be a short note question. So not more than 5 marks can be allotted to this small topic, but a very important topic. The topic is housekeeping services in hospitals. What is the definition of housekeeping services? Cleaning and upkeeping of the hospital premises. It is to bring about environmental safety and to maintain hygiene. It is to provide health, comfort, safety, and a pleasant environment, and help in improving the hospital aesthetics. So all this come under housekeeping. So a good housekeeping service, that means it must be efficient and it must be effective. So if it is effective, then it will lead to patient satisfaction. That is fulfilling the patient's expectations. Not only the patient, but also the patient's attender, their relatives, their visitors. So their expectations is also fulfilled. If it is very efficient, it leads to patient's delight. Service provided to the patient is beyond their expectations. Like for example, when we go to a corporate hospital, the hospital cleanliness will be so beautiful that the patient's attender will start admiring. Why is housekeeping service so important for a hospital? A hospital is a place where the ill seek cure. So when all the people who are ill are available at one place, so the cleanliness of that place is very, very important. Usually it is misunderstood that cleanliness means removing the dirt from one place and dumping it in another place. No, that is not so. In a hospital, the health of the hospital staff, the health of the doctors, the health of the patient's attenders, the health of the patient's visitors, and finally the health of the patient, everything is dependent on housekeeping. So housekeeping services helps in improving aesthetics, hygiene, they maintain the cleanliness and the environment of the hospital. They are important for the safety and for the patient's satisfaction. What are all the objectives of housekeeping? The main objective of the housekeeping is to maintain the reputation of the hospital, to meet the patients and staff expectations, to create a clean, safe, and comfortable and aesthetic hygienic environment, to motivate staff, to develop interdepartmental cordial relations, to ensure the quality control of the sanitary equipments, to increase patient flow, to control hospital infection rate, and to reduce hospital acquired infection, to increase patients turnover and thereby increase the revenue. The interior of the hospital must be such that it can be easily cleaned. So that is why in a hospital, if we see the corners, they will not be at right angles. They'll be curved so that it can be easily cleaned. And the material used for building the hospital, especially the floor and the walls, they all are what you call smooth, easily cleanable surfaces. The next is, when we clean a hospital, we get waste. That waste will have to be segregated, and it has to be treated, and it has to be disposed. So safe disposal of waste is very, very important. The third one is infection control. So if in a hospital, if there is a person who is suffering from tuberculosis or respiratory infections, and he keeps spitting out sputum, then subsequently the sputum dries up. And when they clean the hospital, when they broom it, so the dust particles carrying the infection is in the air, and it passes from one person to another. So here, the brooming method of cleaning will not be sufficient. So here, vacuum cleaner has to be used. So sanitization and cleanliness. So there must be a routine. Like when we go to an airport, when we use the washroom, there in the washroom there will be a display. So water all has to be cleaned in the washroom. When was the floor cleaned? When was it mopped? When was the wash basin cleaned? When was the tap cleaned? When was the door handle cleaned? So like this, everything will be there. So when was it last cleaned? When will be next clean? So the entire cleaning schedule, like who cleaned it, who supervised it, and who approved it. So all the signatures will be there. So they all come under the sanitation and cleanliness. So whenever we speak about such housekeeping, the most important thing is adequate water supply. So water supply must be adequate. So uninterrupted water supply should be available. So for that, when the hospital is being constructed, design should be such that water supply is available everywhere. And the odor control. Like for example, in a hospital, especially when a patient is having an infection, and that infection leads to some odor. So this odor may be nauseating to the other person, may be discomfortable to the patient's attender or to the visitor. So this odor control in a hospital is very, very important. Usually in a hospital premises, if there are dogs, so they will up tilt the unattended waste bins, and all the waste will be on the road. So that is very, very dangerous. Similarly, rat, they may carry away some waste from the waste bin, especially the blood, soiled, what you call linen and all. So the pest control, cockroach, rat, and rodent control is very, very important in a hospital, and they are also part of the housekeeping. So usually this pest and rodent control is outsourced. So there are two types of housekeeping services. One is in-house housekeeping, another one is outsourcing housekeeping. So nowadays in most of the hospitals, it is only outsourcing housekeeping. In-house housekeeping means they appoint sweepers, and sweepers initially they would be carrying out and discharging their job very well. They will be available, but slowly their enthusiasm fades away, and it becomes a routine. And they are more for less work and more pay. So a lot of problems with housekeeping of in-house staff. On the contrary, if it is outsourced, so then if you don't admire the services given by a particular organization, he can be changed. So usually for housekeeping, outsourcing is the best. What are all the activities of housekeeping? Number one is cleaning. Number two is dusting. So usually the electrical fittings, the fan, the tube light, they need to be dusted periodically. And then sweeping and mopping. So usually in a hospital, for mopping, They will be using a disinfectant which kills the microorganisms, washing, polishing. So these and all are the major basic activities. The second technical activity that is carried out is odor control. The third one is waste disposal. So for waste disposal, we have already seen the waste management in a hospital. So waste has to be segregated, collected, stored, treated, and disposed. So for segregation is at source. So infectious waste, soiled waste, and then sharps, general waste. So like this, you will have to segregate it and collect it. And the collected waste has to be stored in proper sealed containers so that it doesn't spill over or it's not infectious. And then it has to be treated and then disposed. A very major important service of the housekeeping is pest and rodent control. So house flies. So they create a menace in a house. So control of house flies is very, very important. And for the ambience of the hospital, usually there will be a beautiful garden. So maintenance of the garden. And in the case if the hospital is not properly maintained, then in the night times there will be more mosquitoes. So if there are mosquitoes, then mosquito-borne diseases would come in, and that would add to the grievance of the patient. So very important is pest control, especially houseflies, mosquitoes, and cockroaches, and rats, of course. The hospital linen supply, procurement, storage, maintenance, and distribution. Hospital equipment maintenance, covering while not in use, dusting, and polishing. So this hospital linen in those days was washed by in-house people, but now that has been outsourced. So there is one steam laundry, which is a centralized service, and where they what you call clean and disinfect the linen. And for all this, the hospital manager need to have a beautiful planning, and then organizing, and then staffing, and then leadership, and then controlling, and then attitude management, skill management, management, and then motivating and evaluating. So usually the housekeeping services staff, they are not much educated. They are not educated. So they need to be trained on how to discharge their duty. So they need to be informed about the infection in a hospital, how the infection spreads. They need to be taught correct hand washing technique, and they need to be provided gloves. They need to be provided mask, goggles, and so this training part has to be very vigorous, and it should be continuous. And once they are trained, then the managerial and the leadership among them, the criteria, their line of control must be clearly defined. So unless and until a proper leader is provided for the housekeeping, then housekeeping services will slowly deteriorate. So controlling the services, attitude, skill, and knowledge management of the hospital staff is very, very important, motivating and evaluating. So usually from the microbiology department, they used to come to the various wards, and they used to keep one agar medium petri dish open for a particular period of time, and then they will close it, and then they will incubate it, and they will find out the infection rate. So usually when a floor is being mopped, after it has been mopped again, when it is being mopped for the second time, the water is collected and it is tested to see if there are any pathogenic microorganisms or harmful microorganisms, fungi, any fungal spores. So all this evaluating the cleaning process is very, very important. So even if it is done by a third person, that is the best. So what are all the cleaning agents that are used in a hospital? So first one is washing soda. So the floor will be soiled, because at a given period of time, number of people who use it will be more. So the floor is washed with washing soda, and then soda bars, and then washing powder. This is usually for the utensils and also for the linen, and then the bleaching powder. So in the washrooms, in the bathrooms, in the toilet, they make use of bleaching powder, and this bleaching powder also does a role in controlling the odor. And then phenyl. So this is what you call poured into all the drainage, and then acids again used for washing, used for removing the stain, and then polishes. So because of extensive usage, the water body taps, so they become rusted. So once they are rusted, they give a very bad look and feel. So they need to be polished. So this is very, very important. So what are the characteristics of a cleaning agent? The cleaning agent must be efficacious. It should be non-toxic. So if it is toxic, it may lead to irritation to the patient. So usually there is now an observation that in many houses, the pets, they suffer from a lot of skin disease. The reason being the what we call the cleaning agent that is used in the house. So that becomes an irritant, and it causes a lot of skin irritation. So while we are selecting a cleansing agent, it should be a very good cleansing agent, and as far as possible, if the cleansing agent is prepared in house, then there is nothing like that. And then deodorant. So as I said, the hospital design has to have a very good ventilation. If the ventilation is not proper, then there will be a bad odor, and especially for patients suffering from skin disease, for patients who are suffering from infectious wound, so the odor would be so bad. And so to maintain the hospital premises, they make use of what you call air purifiers, air fresheners, but they all only mask the odor. So the best thing is to see that the odor is contained. So for that, technically, what all steps has to be taken has to be done, and all this cleaning and water control steps, they all has to be done with the cost factor in mind. So it should be economical, and all the materials that are used in the process of cleaning should be what you call non-corrosive, and it should be skin friendly. It should not cause any burns, itch, or irritation, and it should be what you call non-allergenic. So these and all are the attributes of the cleaning agents. So what are all the machinery that is used for housekeeping? Number one is scrubbing machine. So in those days, in the washroom area, they used to manually scrub. So now it has been done mechanically. So we have a mechanical scrubber. So that can be used for cleaning and for removing the what do you call stains. Next is the vacuum cleaner. As I said initially, in a hospital, brooming would add to the infection rather than containing the infection. So brooming is not advised. Instead, vacuum cleaning is ideal for a hospital setup. The third one is fumigation. So usually in a hospital, in those days, fumigation was using benzoyl, but nowadays they fumigate the hospital so that all the microorganism, fungi, they die. The next is fly control device. So in every hospital, you might have seen there will be one device which controls the house flies. So it will have a light that attracts the house flies, and then on both the sides there will be small iron wires in which DC electricity will be passing. So when the house fly comes in touch with it, so it burns out. So fly control devices, both house fly and mosquito control devices. And then we have this um, mosquito, housefly, and rodent control. So all these three are very, very important, and especially in the kitchen area, these cockroaches, their control is also very, very important. So in every hospital ward, it must be ensured that it is provided with a dustbin. So the dustbin should have a polythene bag beautifully placed so that all the dust into the bin falls in the polythene bag, and it can be sealed and it can be taken for further processing. So in foreign countries, we have this use called mopping machine. So this mopping machine mops up the entire surface. So any water soluble dirt, they are all removed, and then when it is mopped with water, in that water itself phenyl or such insecticidal medicine is added, and thereby the cleanliness is maintained. What is the recent trend in housekeeping? So the recent trend in housekeeping is mechanized cleaning. So for brooming, for mopping, they make use of vacuum cleaners, both the dry type and wet type, and then color schemes. So you can rate the clean area, the area that needs to be infection free, and the area where the people are ensured that the hospital is clean and hygienic. So mechanical cleaning is nowadays being done rather than manual cleaning. So once into mechanical cleaning, again coming back to manual cleaning is not possible. So various color schemes are there for cleaning. So we can identify those portions that needs to be cleaned with the newspaper, and the color schemes, like for example, in an operation theater, the cleaning scheme would be different than the cleaning scheme in a ward. And use of deodorants, the deodorant Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, okay. Is my slide visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, it is changing.
Yes, yes, it's changing also.
Okay, thank you, thank you. In case if it is, if my voice is not audible, if the slide is not visible, please let me know. So today we are going to
Okay.
see about energy conservation in a hospital. So it is a very important topic because energy nowadays is very costly. So energy saved is energy generated. So how to conserve energy? So that portion we are going to see. Again, it could be asked only as a 5-mark question. So if we look at the hospital energy balance, so in a hospital, 43% of the energy is used only for heating. So steam will have to be generated. Many instruments are sterilized using heat, dry heat sterilization. Some instruments are sterilized using moist heat. So for that we need steam generation. Hot water is required for housekeeping and other purposes. So this hot water consumes 5% of the energy. So initially they used to have big boilers where they used to make use of firewood and they used to heat water and supply the hot water. So now it is not. Now instead of using hot water from boilers, they are making use of uh, solar energy for providing hot water. In a hospital, right from evening 6 o'clock till morning 6 o'clock, lighting is very important. So there could be emergency cases. So the lighting in a hospital consumes 21%. And then in a hospital, the ICU, the wards, the doctor's cabin, they need to be cooled. So for cooling, for air conditioning, the energy used is 5%. And the very important part in a hospital is the kitchen that produces food and serves it to the patient and to their attenders, and there is a canteen for the staff of the hospital. So this kitchen consumes 4% of the energy and others is 22%. So if you can modernize and go to alternate energy sources for heating, then 43% of the energy requirement in a hospital can come down. Again, if your lighting is very efficient, then 21% of the energy can be brought down and it could be optimized. So this is the aim and objective of energy conservation. So if you take a hospital, so here hospitals, small hospitals, medium types, big hospitals. So based on the size, based on the number of beds, based on the number of patients undergoing overnight stay, hospitals are benchmarked. One hospital cannot be compared with another without interpretation. The level of outsourcing, especially in the laundry and in the kitchen, the type of hospital, whether it is a regional hospital or it's a teaching hospital, it is an academic hospital, the construction of the hospital, how old is a hospital, the parking deck, the definition of beds. So all this, they contribute to the energy consumption, and it is anticipated that for heat alone 262 units per year of energy is consumed, and per bed it is 25,235 per year. Heating, ventilation and air conditioning. This is called as HVAC in general. So for heating, for ventilation, and for air conditioning, 50% of the energy consumption is used. So in this area, we need to keep ourselves updated with the energy saving measures. So all the fans should be fitted with speed controller. The fans should be energy efficient. The heat from the extracted air must be recovered. The running time of a, excuse me,
Gopal sir knows that he got disconnected from the meeting because he may be still presenting. I don't know. Somebody needs to inform him. Director sir, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Yeah, he knows, then it's okay. Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Is my slide visible?
Yes.
Thank you. So we were seeing about compressed air. So compressed air is used for certain medical equipments, and it is also as per the norms of the medical commission that there must be a supply of compressed air in a hospital. So the energy that is used for producing compressed air can be saved if the machinery that is used for producing compressed air is updated and recent version, and if it is maintained properly. So here there is a case study of the split compressed air networks in a hospital. So here, when they lowered the pressure of the technical compressed air, we can say it, instead of lowering, as optimizing. And when they had installed compressors with frequency regulation, then there was saving in energy, and this energy saving is attributed to the air treatment. So as a hospital manager, the technical engineer that you hire for producing compressed air must be informed that energy efficient air compressors have to be used. Next is steam generation. So here you can see a pictorial diagram that using gas energy, steam is generated, and for generating steam you need to feed water at 127 degrees centigrade, and from this generator the steam is used throughout the hospital. Now if they make use of a technique called economizer, if they make use of a technique of using a preheated air, then energy can be saved. In one hospital, in a case study, they found that the hot water supply in the hospital was based on the steam generated. So instead of that, there was a proposal given using solar energy, we can directly heat the water. So this small change, they were able to save 2,340 euros annually. So next time, even in your house, you can see that you are making use of solar energy for hot water and you can save energy. Next is lighting. So in lighting, two things are considered. One is called as lamp consumption and another one is called as ballast consumption. So usually in all the hospitals, they have a conventional ballast. If it is replaced with a electronic ballast, a conventional ballast, like for example, if you take an ordinary tube light, it will consume 40 watts. But if you make it into a LED tube light, so you can reduce it to 18 watts. So 22 watts are saved. If you look at the cost, that cost can be neutralized in 6 to 9 years. So this is a case study. So in a hospital, the total energy consumption, the loss incurred, the fluorescent light sources and the conventional ballast, they were replaced with electronic ballast, and thereby they were able to save energy. Next, we will see about cogeneration. So in a hospital, there is a continuous demand of heat. Heat is used for sterilization, heat is used for humidification, heat is used for generating hot water. So to avoid cogeneration for electrical peak savings, steps has to be taken. As a hospital manager, we will not be able to take major steps, but taking small steps, like for example, creating an awareness that all the stakeholders of the hospital should ensure that fans when not in use should be switched off, light when not in use should be switched off, and the ACs shall be so installed that the temperature cannot be brought down drastically, and it should be optimized at 24 degrees centigrade. So such small measures, they will yield very good results. Updating the surgery tools, instead of having an electrically operated surgery tools, if they can go for compressed air operated surgery tools, then it is energy efficient. So sterilization, instead of sterilizing it using an electrical appliances, sterilizing with heat, so that will be more energy efficient. So humidification also, we can go for a modern instrument. In an existing hospital, a good housekeeping also contributes to energy saving. Replacement of lamps, replacement of heating source, though it is costly, it has a payback time of 5 years. Following the best practices of energy recovery and using energy efficient lighting, they and all save energy. So with this, we complete this chapter on energy conservation. So in energy conservation, there are 5 areas where we can concentrate upon. The first and foremost, we should know the energy balance of a hospital. We should understand that 43% of the energy in a hospital is used only for heating. The other one is lighting. So energy efficient lighting, they are very important. And heating, ventilation and air conditioning, they must be maintained well for energy conservation.